1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Hello, and welcome back to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. I, as always, am your favorite host and commentator, Siobhan Nolan. Happy to bring you all here today for the Last Chance Semifinals of the DBN Invitational. It's been a really exciting couple of rounds leading up to this. We'll get into those details in a minute. But for those of you joining in for the first time, the DBNI, it's an endurance event, and it has been this year as well. Just like in the last couple of years, the first chance boards have been won by lower seeded players. And so some of the top seeded players coming into the event are playing for their last chance at getting onto the top board. But before we talk about those stories, I would like to introduce a couple of people who are joining me tonight. First and foremost, one of my good friends and local to the San Francisco Bay Area. Welcome to Adam Silverman.
So glad to be here, Siobhan.
And also joining us, Adam may be one of my favorites, and the next one is also one of my favorites, but not second to Ed Sullivan, who was my absolute favorite, who called me out the last stream we were on together. I just got to say,
I don't know, Siobhan. I know where you live. I don't know.
You do. But a big welcome back as commentator to Brandan Vogel.
I'm second to Ed Sullivan. You have put me below Ed Sullivan in
he called me
at all. Siobhan, not off to a good start.
I know, but I am hosting this event, and remember that I can mute you.
That is true. And I respect you, and I love you, and I'm so glad to be here tonight with you, with Adam. Ready to rock and roll on the this Last Chance Saloon.
Yeah, and we've seen some interesting stories over the last couple of years of the DBNIs and the last chances. Brandan, do you have any recollections from over the last couple of years of what you've seen?
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, I remember my last chance opportunities. The both times I made the, the time I made, I only played in this format twice, and only one time did I make it to the final. It was the first time, and I got in on my second try. And it's white knuckle. It's you know that you have no other chances. There's no safety net, and so it's a lot of pressure.
And some of these players are playing their last chance game immediately after they just came off a previous board, right? And so they've been playing for 8 hours or something before that, and probably very much dealing with some emotional highs and not having won their game at an emotional low, and then having to just jump back in and start over again. So
just one player did that this time.
Only one player, okay.
Yeah, and it's not just any player; it's the #1 seed, Maaike Blom.
Oh wow, okay. But even the folks who aren't playing immediately, I mean, they get a good night's sleep, perhaps, or maybe not so good night's sleep. But then they're playing, almost first thing the next morning, or whatever weird hours it is, depending on where in the globe they are. To play 2 full long games. You know, I'm think many of the games yesterday went the distance, right? So these are full long games. That is true endurance, and it is really hard, both physically, mentally, and emotionally, to do that. So, you know, for anyone who even tried that, let alone whoever ends up on top today, you know, my hat's off to these players for being able to do that. These are really tough games.
Yeah, it's worth, I just want to piggyback on that. It's worth saying, it's worth pointing out just how much of a meat grinder this format is for players. It's winner take all. It's up to 13 years, takes like 8 to 9 hours to play. The winner take all format in particular is extremely taxing. And the reason why is because it won't work to make an alliance and just stick with that through to the end of the game. There's no benefit whatsoever for second place. So you cannot tell yourself that the result is okay if you just get a good second place, which a lot of people do in other scoring systems, because there is some benefit, and they can say, well, I didn't really have a chance to top the board. They tell themselves that in order to be okay with second place. That doesn't work in winner take all format. And so there comes a point in every alliance when the junior partner has to say, this is not good enough. I don't get anything out of this. And so that undermines the alliance, that gives itchy trigger fingers. And what you see is players tend to break the alliances earlier than they would in other games, and maybe earlier than is best for them, which is dramatic and interesting. The net result, however, is a game that is emotionally, physically, mentally taxing. And to Adam's point, all of the players we're going to see right now had to go through that and had maybe a day to recover, maybe not, and all over again.
Yeah, and so a couple of talking points before we jump into the players we're going to see tonight. This is something we were talking about off stream, Adam, you and I, and one of you mentioned the international representation, depending on what time zone they're playing in and what time this is happening. This DBNI, I have been told, and these are not my words, they're one of the producers' words, is the DBNI of the Australian invasion. 50% of this year's DBNI players are from Australia. And we're seeing the Australian players and the hobby itself just level up year over year. So real quick, I'll keep it short, but any thoughts on that, Adam?
Well, I think there's a lot of reasons for that, right? One is that they're so active. They have so many games and so many tournaments. That's one reason. But the second reason, which I would be remiss to just put it on the number of games, is they're really good. There are so many players from Australia who are so good at this game. And many of the play styles are not the same play styles that the North American players are used to, and in some ways maybe not the European players either. But man, you know, the quality is so high, and when you have so many events, so many strong players playing at those events, it raises everybody. And yeah, I mean, this may be the year that we have a top board with many Australians. I mean, it's obviously not going to be all Australians based on last night's results, but we may have a whole bunch.
Yeah, and there's a number of them in these last chance games that we're going to cover tonight. And just one more thought before we look into the players. We have two defending champions from DBNIs, Mikalis Kamaritis, two-time defending DBNI champion, and Peter McNamara. They qualified in the first chance rounds, but are here tonight, I believe. Brandan, what do you think about that?
You know, Peter had a rough draw in the first round. So Peter has a lowish seed, especially for a player of his caliber. It just means that he didn't play in as many events this year, didn't perform as well in individual events. And so he has had to pick low, like in the sixth. I think he's picked sixth in the first round. He got Austria, he got Andrew Goff in Russia, who just took him out. And so with a player like Peter McNamara, we have a lot of top players on these boards. A player like Peter McNamara and Mikalis Kamaritis, who have won this tournament, won it a lot, they're just going to be targets, and they have to find a way to deal with that. And it's just harder for Peter because he's in the lower seed. Mikalis can at least, Mikalis isn't that high of a seed either. I mean, in the mid-teens, but he at least has more ability to get into one of the countries that's a little bit less vulnerable at the outset, like Italy or Russia.
Yeah. And one last time before we go in, Brandan, as one of the founders of DBN, remind us how DBNI came to be and how you qualify for it for anyone interested.
Yeah, I mean, originally, so Brian Pravel, Zach Moore, and I co-founded DBN together, and then a bunch of other people were around at the beginning, like you, Siobhan, and Zach and David Hood. You guys, are sort of honorary co-founders, in my opinion. Brian and I were just kind of like fantasizing about what we could do once things got off the ground and we were covering events. We just kind of were like brainstorming what kind of cool stuff could we do, especially during the pandemic. So this is when it got started, was 2020. Right at the start of the pandemic, and an invitational tournament to end all tournaments, the end of the season, the wrap up, a kind of Super Bowl for the whole season. Just like one of us suggested it, and we just both loved it, and we ran it by some other people, and everybody loved the idea. So we figured out a way to rank people's performances at different events. Figured out a way to combine those scores into a composite score that tried to assess players' performances over the course of an entire season, which is non-trivial because every tournament has a different structure and a different scoring system. And so try to find a way to normalize those and combine them, especially in a way that kind of struck a balance between players playing, getting advantage for playing a number of events while also not having to play a ton of events in order to be able to still get a high seed. So we tried to, jiggered it over the years, try to find a right balance between all of those things and give credit for performance in more important events, that sort of thing. So over the course of a whole season, I think this past year, we had a record number of events that we considered, I believe 28, if memory serves. We can look that up. Brian,
that's amazing. Yeah.
Brian will have all of this on the final next week. He's really great about compiling the stats. But yeah, the record number of events, record number of players, and we combine it all. And then we take the top 28 players. Do you want me to talk about the format, or are you going to do that next?
We can talk about the format in a little bit, but before we do, I want to take a look at the players that we're going to see tonight. And first and foremost, we're going to take a look at them by their ranking in DBNI standings. So let me get that on the screen. Adam, the names you're seeing here, what are you thinking?
I wouldn't want to be next to any of these people on any of my boards.
True.
These are incredibly dangerous players. They all have their own styles and their own, obviously personalities on the board. But this is an incredibly tough crew. I think when you look at this, I think it's instantly noticeable that you have players of the caliber of Maaike, who has just had the most incredible run in diplomacy, maybe ever, but certainly amongst the most incredible runs this year. And it's almost saying to yourself, what? She didn't make it? Well, this is someone who's going to be hungry to be on that. This is someone who, after the season she's had, is expecting to win her board, right? And going in with confidence. Jamal, Andrew, Ed, I mean, these are all people who are used to topping their boards and are going into every game they play expecting to not just top it, but maybe even solo it.
Brandan, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, this is a great mix of players on this top 10 right here, because you've got players who have won big tournaments before, and players who have won some stuff, haven't won big ones yet, but are up and coming and really hungry to. The main thing I see when I look at this list is that every one of these players is capable of winning this tournament, and none of them won their first game. That is remarkable.
Yeah, it's some of the top seeded players absolutely have been put into the situation of these last chance games. And so they're all hungry for something to prove, wanting to get to that top board, all of that. And so speaking of what you mentioned earlier, Brandan, in terms of the format of the tournament, let's take a look at the bracket. So as we see in First Chance Game 1, Wes Ketchum came out on top and earned his way into the championship game. In First Chance Game 2, Robert Hillier also earned his way in. First Chance Game 3, Noam Brown, reigning world champion, by the way. And First Chance Game 4, Nicolas Taillet. So we got 3 spots left, 3 games, only 1 player from each board. Looking at the lineups, Adam, I'll start with you. What do you think?
Well, I don't want to take out my crystal ball right now because I couldn't predict. As Brandan said, I think that any of these 21 players is capable of topping their board. These are just all, very strong, dangerous players. So I I don't feel so bold as to make predictions. I hear you.
Brandan, anything to add?
I mean, I look at board 6 and 7. You just got people who are probably among the betting favorites to win the tournament. Jamal, Ed, Mikalis, Andrew Goff, Katie Gray, I think, and Peter McNamara. Those are probably the sort of heavyweights here. And they're only 2 from that group of 6 I just named can make it. And that's if they can hold off the people who are hungry at the gate behind them. All the other players that I could mention but didn't. And then in the game 5 here, I'm definitely looking to see how Maaike is able to perform after she had a half an hour break between the first game and the second. And then the rest of the people on that board are all good players who are capable of winning the tournament and making some noise. Just less heralded and looking to make a name. So.
Yeah, and I will shout out something that I heard about before we went live. Emily Kramer on Game 6 stepped in for Simon Wessendrip, who had to call out sick, unfortunately, which bumped Conrad Woodring up to place 6 for the Paris selection on that board, and Emily will be taking place 7 when we get to Paris selection. So just so everyone knows what's happening there. And speaking of Paris method, it looks like I have a little. So, Adam, you've done Paris selection a time or two, occasionally at a World DipCon. Do you want to talk about what it's like being in that, how it works?
Well, Paris method is just a way by which the countries are determined. So, it's a 2-step process. First, I guess in reverse seed order, starting with whoever's worst ranked for that particular board, will select their position to choose. So the person who's ranked 7th has no choice. The person who's 6th can choose whether they're going to go before or after them. And then as it goes up, you can choose, where amongst the whole group you'd like to end up. And then once the picking order is selected, then starting with the top, people will select what power they want to play. So there's a lot of philosophical different ways to play this. You can always try to get the earliest selection possible, is the way some people like to do it, so that they can get the power that they most like to play. Or some people prefer to pick sort of later in the middle, maybe, or towards the later end, so they can see how the board position is unfolding, so that they can put themselves in a more favorable position, maybe with players they're more comfortable being next to on the board.
All right. And last but not least, before we jump into it, again, the format overlay. If you have not been joining us for this entire journey, we have had the qualifying stage. We had the semifinals stage. We are at the last chance. And then, I believe, is it next week, Brandan? Are we going to the championship game?
That's right. Currently scheduled for Saturday, February 28th. The broadcast will be that evening, North American time, and which will be the morning of Sunday, March 1st in Asia Pacific. A little bit late in the night for the Europeans, but they can watch it first thing in the morning when they wake up, if they're not night owls.
Fair enough. All right. Well, with all that said, we're going to jump into our first board. And that board is named Sammy Malky. Someone's going to need to remind me who that is. I'm sorry. But we would...
They're all former players. All the games this year are named after former players. We should have a write-up about giving us some information about Sam, and I would bet Brian is hurriedly getting that to you right now.
So if Brian can get that to me, we will transition into a little video of the power selection for this board.
Yep.
All right. Welcome, everyone, to your second chance at the top board. Without further ado, you guys ready to get selecting order and powers? All right. Well, looks like Max, you've been given 7th. So let's move on to Mark.
I will pick above Max. Sorry, Max.
I'll stay.
All right, this for Andrew. Tianyu?
No, can't hear you, Tianyu.
Because he's busy computing.
This one? Okay,
Yep.
there we go. Right, I've got
There we go.
I will also stay.
All right, both for Tianyu. Shane?
Yeah, I'll stay as well. Why not?
Wow, okay. Zoe?
Am I a trendsetter or not? I'm a trend follower. I will pick as first as possible.
Sticking for second with Zoe. And then Maaike, will you stay with first, or do you want somewhere else?
I'm going to be original. I'm going to pick after Shane.
All right, shifting down to third.
Yes.
Zoe, that leaves you with, I guess I'll give Brandon a second.
You can go ahead and pick now.
Okay. Zoe, that leaves you with first pick.
Russia.
Shane?
I'll take England, please.
Maaike?
That did not go the way I thought it would.
Something that no one's ever said in a Paris method.
I need to think for a moment.
Yeah, no worries. No rush.
I'll play France.
France for Maaike. Tianyu?
I got to pick Italy here.
Andrew?
All right, what's left?
So we've got Russia, England, France, Italy picked so far.
So I got
So
Austria,
Germany, Austria,
Austria.
Germany, Austria, Turkey. Austria.
Austria for Andrew. Marcus? Germany or Turkey?
Pick Germany, please.
There you go. And Max, you did not play Turkey in the first game, right?
No, I didn't. No.
All right. That leaves you with Turkey. All right. Thank you, everyone. Good luck. If you'd like to take a moment to wish each other luck and happy staffing.
Regulate
Fun,
everyone.
Good luck, everyone.
All right. Oop. So, aside from the taking the breaking a leg jokes off the table, Adam, that just happened there, I'm glad you're feeling better. But that was a fun little Paris selection. And one of the things that was pointed out to me was that in the earlier rounds, people had dropped to lower ranks and chose Germany in the 6th or 7th position and have done quite well in the earlier rounds. And we saw that again, Germany getting picked 6th. What are your thoughts?
I don't like to overanalyze this in terms of, saying that there's some kind of meta going on. I don't believe that, actually. I think that people are taking countries that they're comfortable with, given what's available and given the other positions on the board. So in this particular case, France and England both went off very early on. So it wasn't surprising to see Germany go in the bottom two, if they're looking at that and saying, okay, I've got Maaike and Shane in England and France. Maybe, not that there's any good position to be in here, but maybe I don't want to be in Germany when those went off those went off so early in this board. Or it also could be overanalyzing, and it's just, the next couple people don't like to play Germany or would prefer to play Italy or whatever, right? So yeah, I think there's a lot of overanalysis in this, and I think ultimately, like, the greats will do well if they can make their way out of the gate from almost any country.
Yeah. Well, we'll leave the overanalysis there for a minute. Brian Pravel did indeed get right on that and sent me the list about the board name. So Sami Malki, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, is ranked 22nd in the world all time and 5th among all of the French diplomacy players. He played heavily in the 90s, from 1990 to 1998. He won 9 times, finished in the top 3 16 times. In addition to winning the European Diplomacy Championships in Paris, both in 92 and 93, he won the French National Championship 4 times, also an event that he organized 1 time. So that is the board we are covering today. So with all that said, we're just going to take a look at the lineup. Brandan, now that we know who's who, what do you think?
Well, so there's a big Canberra contingent here, and it looks like they have been spread around the board. So probably not, don't have to worry too much about either like a caged rat fight between them. I think I'm most curious to see how Maaike and Andrew do on the board with all these other Australians. So everyone else on the board is Australian besides the 2 of them. How are they able to either, make relationships quickly or find fissures within the relationships between these people who know each other pretty well? And Maaike playing 2 games in a row, ends up in France, which has become a poison chalice for top players in the DBNI. But Maaike is really good at keeping people from attacking her. So yeah, it's hard to look past Maaike in France. Also Zoe in Russia on the other side, the 2 of them, you could see them working some cross-board cooperation that ends up working to both of their benefits. So I didn't name everyone on the board. So how's that? That's not.
Yeah, it's perfect. I mean, something that stood out to me early in the Paris selection video was Zoe choosing Russia and then Shane immediately choosing England after, and Zoe giving a heavy sigh saying, "That's not how I thought that would go." So I'm interested in that dynamic. Adam, anything to add, or would you like to just jump right into the game?
Let's see how this goes. I want to see whether people play cagey or whether there's any aggressiveness in the first year of this game. So let's jump in.
All right. So we're going to go right into Adam. I'll give you 1901.
And the answer is we see a lot of pretty typical stuff here. There's no movement into the channel, bounces Galicia and the Black Sea, and other than sort of the Italy moving their units in a less usual way to get to a normal position. There's not really anything out of the ordinary going on here.
All right. And fall, anything unusual?
So in fall, we see the convoy to Tunis, which I think is important. We see the Turks moving into the Black Sea while supporting the Russian fleet into Romania, which is pretty unusual given that Russia also, well, I guess it makes sense because Russia wants to support themselves into Galicia, but of course you don't want that fleet in Romania if you're going after Austria. So it will be interesting to see whether that's a reasonable position or not. The other interesting thing about Turkey is that they hold the army in Smyrna, which means they're going to have to put their fleet in Constantinople, leaving a free walk in the Eastern Med, if that's where the Italians are going. In the West, there's a bounce in Belgium between France and England, and Germany elects to support themselves into Holland so they don't have to get involved in that, buying themselves some time to make a decision in terms of who they're working with on their side of the board. So we have certainly something that looks RT-like, but not very strongly so, and something that might be AI-ish, but not necessarily strongly so either. And very ambiguous West.
All right, so we'll jump into the builds. Adam, does anything? Oh, go ahead, Brandan.
Do I get to say anything?
I was going to go year by year, but it's all you.
I mean, it'd be nice to just weigh in at the end. I'm with Adam that the things in the East are mysterious, and it's almost like a novelist is foreshadowing, and we just don't know exactly what it's pointing to yet. But something is not right for somebody, and it's either a feint between Zoe and Andrew, and they're going to move on Max Banks, or Max Wanji Banks is preparing Zoe for an attack here. Either way, I'm with Adam. That fleet in Romania is not good for anybody except Austria, and the army in Galicia is not good for Austria. So congrats to Tianyu Sun for not having to do anything weird that could look like foreshadowing. The only other thing I'd point out here is that in the West, Maaike Blom has no enemies. Everything there is good for Maaike. Very copacetic opening, exactly what she needs to ease into this game.
With the assumption that Shane is okay with the bounce in Belgium, which, is something that happens, but she's certainly not making a friend by doing that.
I'd be surprised if that wasn't arranged personally, but probably neither wants Belgium. If of the two of them, Shane would probably want it more, but
yeah, but we know where English armies go to die. So
we do, yeah.
We do. Okay, so the thing that immediately, there's a lot of things that immediately stand out here. This is a very telling set of builds. Okay, let's walk through this, and then so let's look at the West first. Okay, there are no fleets in London or Brest, so clearly whatever just happened in Belgium either was arranged or nobody really cares about it, because if that's not arranged, you don't see builds like this. Okay, so Fleet Edinburgh, Fleet Marseille, Army Paris. Germany's builds are completely expected from this position. So the fleet in Kiel gives flexibility. The army in Munich is necessary to hold back different things. If I'm Marcus, I am not happy with what I'm seeing. But though maybe they're trying to sell me on a Western triple, but I'm very nervous about that. Very nervous. Let's look at the East, okay? Austria and Italy are what we would expect. Two armies for Austria, fleet Naples for Italy. But now let's look at Turkey. Army Constantinople. That is a pretty strong message, I think, mostly to Italy, that I'm not coming for you and maybe I want to work with you. On the other hand, it's a pretty strong message to Italy and Austria that I have no defenses for the Aegean or the Eastern Med. So that will be interesting to see what happens. It also sends a message to Austria or Russia, since you're not in Armenia, that like, what are you doing with these armies, right? How are you going to get out of the box with these armies? So Max must think he has an ally here. The question is, does he?
Brandan, anything to add?
Adam said it best. It feels like Max has boxed himself in. I mean, literally, like the fleet is in a box, can't be unwrapped. The only player that Max is set up to really harm is Zoe Cameron, who is the only one who has committed in a direction that could help him. And this is why that fleet in Romania just can't work for an RT.
Do you think we might see a blow up? I mean, if Zoe and Max are really on the same page, and this is a plan that has been discussed between them, maybe it's to blow up the fleet in Romania by convoying Khan up or something along those lines. But that is just such a weird move from this position.
I mean, if it is, if Max was that focused on defense, then he's just looking at the wrong thing, because Greece and Ionian should be going to Aegean and an Eastern Med here. The only possible saving grace here for Max is that he's negotiated an IT. And in that case, I guess we would see Tunis being convoyed into Albania, and Zoe's been talked into an IRT or agreed to an IRT. That is the only thing that's the only possible good scenario here for Max.
All right. Well, let's jump right back into it.
I want to make one more comment
Just
for
position before we look at moves.
about that Army and Con. I think part of the reason that I think Brandan and I are being somewhat critical for in this particular position is just that it leaves so little flexibility for Turkey. It's not that it's inherently terrible for Turkey to build an army in 1901. Sometimes it can be an okay build, but in this position with the fleet in the Black Sea rather than being out, there is so little flexibility. There's so little that Turkey can do, and in diplomacy, what you're generally trying to do is maximize your own options and minimize your opponent's options, not the opposite.
And it's not necessarily fatal. It just
Correct.
means that Max is actually trying to thread a needle here. And what Adam is saying is that a more optimal strategy is to not have to thread a needle, to get lots of big openings that you can send lots of things through.
All right. Well, all of that said, Brandan, get back to that.
All right.
What do they do with it, Brandan?
Yeah, so they do blow up the army. I'm sorry, the fleet. And it's, Zoe even left herself the option to retreat to Sevastopol and chose not to, despite Smyrna going to Armenia here, which is potentially it's certainly a tactical mistake. It's only not a mistake if the strategic situation is to Zoe's liking, and that remains to be seen. What's clear, however, is that Austria and Turkey at least they both seem to think they're on the same page, and the question is whether that is a feint or whether they're both right about them working together. Tianyu Sun does not convoy to Albania, convoys to Apulia, moves the fleet out to Tyrrhenian Sea. This is largely defensive movement here by Tianyu. So the question for Tianyu is going forward here is what's the alliance structure and how could it benefit him? If it's really an AT, then Tianyu has a potential problem and needs to figure out a way to be part of that or to help Zoe against it. In the west, we have Maaike moving fleets into the nicely ambiguous position, has bounces in Belgium and Burgundy almost certainly arranged. And we have a bounce in Skagerrak, as well as a fleet being supported into the Norwegian Sea against 0 possible enemies. So there are a lot of moves in the West here that are either unnecessary or ineffectual, curiously ineffectual, maybe curatedly ineffectual. So this is a Western triple alert should be going off for the Eastern powers right now. It is very possible that this position in the fall of 02 could be converted into a Western triple.
I am so perplexed by the German moves, and when I first looked at this, and Brandan made the comment that these are arranged bounces in Belgium and Burgundy, my initial thought was no way. Why would that happen? But when I look at this and look at what Germany actually ordered here, these are either a mistake, a tactical blunder, or there's something else at play here. Because there's no reason, if you're Germany in this position and you're concerned about Maaike coming after you, why you're not supporting yourself into Burgundy rather than moving in this very bizarre way. Or if you're bouncing, why aren't you bouncing with Munich rather than Ruhr, than making this kind of weird kind of follow into Ruhr? They don't make a lot of sense. So something is going on here.
Yeah, these moves are designed to fail. The question is why?
Why?
Is it because they just wanted to wait and see until the fall, or because they have a plan and it's going to be sprung in the fall here?
And this is total top board type play here. This is not the type of play you typically see in a normal game where somebody wants to get big out of the gate and wants to play aggressive out of the gate. These are such cagey moves going on, maybe with the exception of this fleet blow up that Max made with the follow on to Armenia. I agree with Brandon that it is a little bit curious that given the Armenia move that Zoe would disband the fleet. On the other hand, that's going to be a rebuild for her. So there's a good case to say that she can just support, Moscow into Sev now. Warsaw can support Galicia to hold, and then she can rebuild another army in either Moscow or Sev, depending on what happens. And Turkey goes nowhere. So that's it's a pretty compelling argument to tell Turkey to stop doing what you're trying to do.
Yeah, it's only a rebuild if she holds on to Romania.
Good point. I'm sorry. You're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This also could be a play by Turkey to now go Romania to Serbia, supported by Bulgaria, or to try to, and then or go Bulgaria in and convoy over. I mean, there's a lot of options here that are not necessarily anti-Zoe.
So we can see some gambits and what Zoe might try to pull out of this, even though it looks not great. Brandon, what does happen?
So Austria turns around, and it looks like Turkey was trying to take Serbia and lost Romania. So both Zoe and Max lost Romania. If this was genuinely an RT, this is terrible. Terrible.
An RT with a bounce.
We love you, Russia and Turkey.
RT, like the Sev bounce could have been arranged, I suppose.
Yeah, that's probably arranged. Galicia, yeah. So look, there's a guess here. I guess of sorts there was a guess because Budapest could easily have just been held by Vienna, in which case there was no guess. They certainly got the guess wrong. They did not outwit Andrew Wu, who is delighted to get a build here. Oh, no, sorry, he doesn't get the build. Tianyu Sun gets the build because there's a convoy into Greece with an army. Very, very interesting. This is a case where I would love to have a sideline reporter telling us whether this was agreed upon or not. You could see it being agreed to give Greece, giving it with an army. Different question. You can see, however, Tianyu Sun probably had a bounce negotiated with Maaike in Spain, so didn't have an extra fleet to spare. So well done. This is a good deal for Tianyu Sun. It's not necessarily a bad deal for Andrew Wu. It possibly cements an ally, which is extremely useful, but it does make him more vulnerable with an army in Greece rather than a fleet. Tianyu also moves his army from Venice into Tyrolia. Really cagey move. Unfortunately, it gives Tianyu a choice here of builds, and with Venice open for a build, makes the possibility of some mischief, some anti-Austrian mischief. It raises that possibility here. I'd be a little surprised, though, if we didn't see just a fleet in Naples and slightly more conservative player from Tianyu. But well done, Tianyu. So Adam and I were just talking about having options. Tianyu has a bunch of options right now, and he doesn't necessarily need to commit himself with any of them, which is the best kind of option. Okay, in the West, here we have what now look like real fisticuffs. Germany takes Belgium by force. We have England getting into Skagerrak now. Denmark even tapped north here to ensure. So we have what looks like EF cooperation against Germany, who now took the upper hand briefly. Unless they get Zoe on board here to help out, it's unlikely to last very long. But it might delay the EF long enough for Marcus to work some diplomatic magic. The big note here, I think, apart from all of that, is that Maaike slips into the English Channel here. It's a very defensible place to be in the context of an EF, with Belgium being contested. The problem for Shane Armstrong in England is that Maaike being in the English Channel gives her a lot of options, some of which are anti-English. So keep an eye on that moving forward.
Yeah, and I think, the only thing that Maaike is doing here that I don't particularly like is the arranged bounce in Western Med. I'd actually probably sooner not do that, either go out to Mao or actually just hold Spain. I don't like getting into these types of situations where you might actually find yourself, once you start doing that, you might find yourself forced to do it for several turns. And I don't think that's in her interest. I actually don't think it's in in Tianyu's interests either. But maybe if it's only a single turn, this turns out to work out for them.
I'm a fan of it personally, but we can have that debate throughout the broadcast.
Sure. Oh wow. Wow.
All right, Adam, you had a big reaction. I'll let you take it.
Well, I am surprised by two of the builds. Honestly, I'm really surprised. The one I'm
Same.
most surprised about is Army Venice. I really was. I mean, Brandan brought up the pros and cons of different builds, but I really was expecting Fleet Naples in this position. So this is really bad for Andrew Wu, especially since that unit in Greece is an army. The fleet is now stuck in the Aegean without really a great way to get back. So that's very interesting. Turkey's choice of building an army in Khan is also interesting. I think it is less surprising maybe than the Army of Venice, but I also might have expected a fleet here so that he would have something out on the Med.
This just screams IT, and I think it might have been IT from the beginning here. And Max is confident in that and has given Tianyu every reason to go for it, and Tianyu has. This also suggests that the convoy to Greece was not agreed upon between Tianyu and Max. And so, yep, and Tianyu and Andrew, sorry. So, yeah, I agree. Andrew's in big trouble here, doesn't have any friends, has armies all around him. Not a great place to be, Andrew, here.
Yeah. All right, Adam, it's your year. Tell me what you see.
So I'm going to start in the West, where clearly the EF is now in full force, and I think this is what we expected. But here it is. So Marcus makes the decision to abandon Holland to make sure they can hold the army in a more defensible position. So they actually support it into Roar. They just don't want to risk losing that army here. So this is actually a good tactical move if you're expecting to potentially get an attack that will force Belgium. And there's so many ways that England and France can force Belgium from this position, even while sending Burgundy to Roar potentially to ensure that this is really actually a very strong advanced tactical move that Marcus is making here when he knows he's going to lose the unit in the spring. He saves it and puts it into a position where it can do things in the fall. In addition to that, though, what really makes this problematic is that he also loses Denmark. He destroys Skagerrak here with the help of Zoe, but it's still going to put him in a hard position in the fall to be able to retake these centers. The interesting thing to note, of course, is Zoe supporting Denmark up to Skag. This is a great move for Zoe. Zoe's working with, against the EF alliance, which makes a lot of sense for her in this position and trying to help Marcus hold out so that they don't advance because the northern Russian centers are an obvious next target. Moving along to the east, we again see the bounce in Western Med. Again, this is fine for Maaike, I guess, because she doesn't want to do anything with that fleet right now. Not sure it's great for Tianyu. If I'm Tianyu, maybe I want to move to Adriatic and cover Ionian from this position. But this is the inefficiencies that I was talking about last turn. But otherwise, I guess at this point, RTI destroy Romania and are starting to make their advance here. They destroy Romania to get into Trieste. This is going to be a short game for Andrew Wu, I fear.
A quick note on Marcus there. Yeah. I agree with Adam. Love the defensive pullback. Make a wall. Give Maaike a reason to think that she has more to gain by turning on Shane here than continuing against you. The mistake here is Kiel. There's no reason for Kiel not to go to Denmark behind. I love blowing up the fleet.
I didn't even catch that. Yeah, great.
Oh, yeah.
I love blowing up the fleet. Blowing up the fleet is great. It's so good. You remove a unit from Shane's arsenal and you get yourself positioned. You can then attack Norway together, although St. Pete is vulnerable. But you got to cover Denmark, and Kiel has nothing else to do.
I suppose, I mean, it's not great, but it's also not terrible for the reason that with the assumption that Zoe is continuing to cooperate from Sweden, there's a pretty good chance of being able to retake it in the fall. But yeah, you'd rather not have to do that.
The problem is here, Zoe is either going to lose Sweden or St. Petersburg here, and Marcus needs Zoe to remain viable. So
my finger's going to reveal the orders.
Oh, wow.
Tell me what happens.
No way.
Oh no.
Wow.
Go ahead, Brandon. You go ahead.
Brandan,
I'm looking at Marcus's tactics here. So Zoe gets away with helping out Marcus and not losing Sweden or St. Petersburg. I think this is a mistake on Shane's part, but Shane gets away with it because he convoys into Holland with support from Denmark or from Belgium.
From Belgium, which didn't get cut.
And so Ruhr is intent on keeping Maaike out of Burgundy, which is irrelevant. Let her have Burgundy. Let her have the safety. Make sure you don't lose Holland. This is not great. So Marcus is going down 2 this year. This is really not great for Marcus.
Just need everyone to know that.
It's great. It's great.
All right, what else is happening on the board?
Look at the,
I know that we're all focused over there.
Look at Zoe's moves in the East, man. This is everything coming up. Zoe, she kept Sweden, and she the way that Andrew decides to defend. He defends Vienna from Italy rather than defending Budapest, and so Budapest falls. Italy picks up 1. Turkey picks up 1. And Russia picks up 2. This is really good for Zoe. She's going to have lots of options. Conversely, so are Tianyu and Max. And now that Austria is essentially down to 1 center, and at best a Janissary, and at worst dead in a turn, something is going to have to give in that 3-way alliance. I just don't see it being stable enough to continue. And I don't know. I guess we'll know when we see the builds. If an army goes down, then Zoe's got to be worried. If a fleet goes down for Turkey, then Tianyu's got to be worried.
What a good year for Zoe. Great year. I mean, Zoe's got lots of problems to work with, but has given herself a good position to try to deal with them from.
Yeah. So given what we know, the pluses minuses for builds disbands are going to happen. Brandan, I'll go to you first.
Yeah.
What would you do as each country?
All right, let's start with Zoe. So Zoe and Shane have just developed quite a good thing, despite Zoe helping Marcus. So I would probably build armies Warsaw and Moscow here, and probably use Moscow. Think about using it for St. Petersburg if I need to. I wouldn't build in St. Petersburg. I think you want to try to keep Shane, keep that top of the world alliance going, and keep an eye on what Shane builds. So if you're Shane Armstrong, part of the problem here is that these 2 alliances, the EF and the IRT, have both been so successful that their moments of truth are approaching. And Adam sort of gestured towards this. And those moments of truth are approaching, but they also have to keep an eye on what's happening on the other side. So the stakes are just going up so quickly already in 1903. It's hard to say.
I'm struggling. If I'm Tianyu, I think the one who's struggling the most, for me, would be Tianyu. I don't know what I do here, honestly, because the problem is if I stick with the Turks, man, they're going to be hard to dig out at this, after this year. If I don't have Zoe on side later, they are going to be so hard to dig out. On the other hand, I'm in a much better position to kind of work with them the next few years than I am maybe with Russia. Maybe not. I don't know.
It's got to be Army Venice for Tianyu. Committed to this land strategy. I mean, the fleet says he's going after Turkey or France. Yeah.
But but the question is, do you go after Turkey here, right? Because if you're just putting up another army, are you fighting Russia are you getting Vienna and then making your decision next year? Are you pushing into Germany?
Yeah.
I mean that's where I'm torn, right? Because what are you doing with that extra army?
I would think joining with either Russia or Turkey against the other.
Well, that's exactly right. But do you need an army for that? You need a fleet if you're going after Turkey.
Probably. Yeah, that is true.
Right.
Sure.
I fully agree about the Russian builds. Moscow, Warsaw makes the most sense. And it's the same question for Turkey. Am I going to put a fleet into Khan so that I have something protecting myself just in case things go awry?
I feel like Max is.
Am I putting all my eggs in with Italy?
I feel like it's IT.
Putting all my eggs in with Italy. I could attack Italy with an army at this point, try to kick them out of Greece. but I can't do that very effectively. So this is a moment of reckoning for Turkey as well.
I feel like he's so RT. Like he's listened to Mikalis a lot over the years, and it's just going to be an army here from here. I'd put Fleet Marseille if I'm Maaike, I think, and try to stay a little more, try to continue to stay ambiguous.
All right. Well, let us find out.
Oh.
We get Army Marseille, Brandan. So
North
correct
Coast.
province.
Oof.
Goodness.
Committed to the east.
What is happening in the north?
Zoe, yeah. So much for the top of the world alliance.
We can't say we didn't see this coming. This was certainly an option. Even though it's maybe not the build that Brandan and I necessarily saw happening. But again, not being privy to the negotiation makes it harder to understand or expect this. But this is Zoe saying, like, I'm not comfortable in the north and I need to bolster myself up there, which means that her relationship with Shane, or her perceived relationship on what Shane is going to do now, is clearly not as good as we thought it was based on the last turn's moves.
Yeah. Zoe doesn't want Germany to fall, which I think is cagey. Army Moscow is very interesting.
It's going to go up.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
Maybe St. Petersburg goes to Norway, Denmark taps north here, and then the army goes up, especially in case there's a retreat to Barents. Yep, I'm with you.
All right. Well, I think we're back to you, Brandan.
Yeah.
Talk us through the spring.
I've already read out the orders for
It feels so good when we get it right. It's not too often.
Yeah. So Marcus rectifies the mistake of last time. Holland is where English armies go to die this game. And now is just going to have to make sure to cover Munich, which I think should be okay. Although he's going to have an Austrian army in Bohemia that could cause a little mischief here with Maaike. And you bet that Maaike and Andrew are going to have a conversation this turn. Elsewise in the East, everything is copacetic. Nobody's has tipped their hand one way or the other. And I think that Tianyu is the one at risk. Or no, Max is at risk as well. I think Zoe might actually be okay here for a turn. Well, Romania is vulnerable if Italy and Turkey. Yeah, so a possible moment of truth coming up here in fall of 1904 for the IRT.
Yeah.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yep. Already went.
No, I mean, this is planned, right? The Greece thing is planned to get rid of that army. It's a balancing move. The implication here is the IRT is, well, it's 1904. This is a 1913 game, so to say it's long term is hard to say. But this is saying this is not breaking up yet. These moves do not suggest that this is about to get unbalanced. There's one problem with that, which is that okay, Italy, you have given Turkey, Greece, they're balanced center-wise with everything else. But Turkey can't grow again without the only dots that Turkey can possibly take are either Italian or Russian. And is Turkey going to be content sitting in the back? Well, like I said, it's a 1913 game. Turkey might be okay sitting in the back for a while and waiting till things develop until Italy and Russia need to push their units onto the line. Is that the game you want to play if you're Italy or Russia?
No.
No is the answer. Thank you, Brandan.
Max should wave here. He does not.
He does not. The wave is
but finally a fleet.
Yeah, there it is.
I think.
From both Italy and Turkey.
Oh yeah, man, and in your Tianyu, you're going to get into a med war now. I mean, you certainly can do that, but Maaike can afford to pull that unit from Fleet English to Mid-Atlantic back without, there's no downside to her pulling that back because she's copacetic with the English at this point. So, I don't know.
By the way, we didn't call out Andrew getting into Munich, surviving.
Oh yes, thank you.
Yeah.
That's right. Yep, there it was.
Marcus guessed wrong here, and paid the price for it.
It's an understandable order set, I think, from Marcus's perspective. It just was the wrong guess.
Yep.
Okay. We've all been there.
Yep. Easy. Hindsight's 20/20. Very easy.
So speaking of Munich, Adam, what happens?
Well, I mean, Germany's back in Munich because Maaike is now pulling back, right, to make sure that she's in a position to defend against all those Italian fleets, right? So, she's kicked out of the Western Med. She's obviously pulled back to mid-Atlantic, but she also pulled into the army into Spain, Burgundy down to Marseille to bounce Piedmont. Maaike is now in defensive mode against Tianyu. This is going to be again, I don't know at this point tactically whether anybody can break through, but this is going to be a tough tactical battle. It might turn into a stalemate very, very quickly, which is probably not what either of them really want to be doing right now.
Yeah, there's a tactical mistake here by Maaike. Marseille should be going to Gascony here. Allowing for
so the fleet can retreat, and the fleet retreats to Spain. You're not going to hold North Africa. Now that fleet in North Africa can potentially get destroyed, which is not good.
Yeah, I mean, if she had a fleet, if she had more fleets, it wouldn't be a terrible place to be for the moment, but she doesn't. So, quick here, Helgoland supports North pointlessly when it could have supported Belgium into Holland. And that would have blown up that fleet. So tactical mistake there by the EF.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, if you're playing Russia, Italy, or Turkey here, I'm just wondering where you're expecting this to go. And I am imagining that every turn, all three of them are going into their little pairs saying, are we going to do this now? No, we're not going to do this now. Are we going to do this now? No, we're not going to do this now. Are we going to do this? No, we're not going to do. And it's just like, and all of them are, I mean, I can imagine the intensity of these conversations because maybe somebody wants to pull a trigger and won't, and maybe others, I can just, this is just the crazy part of diplomacy that is so much fun when you're playing, so much fun to be a fly on the wall. But, unfortunately, that's the part we don't really get to see here.
Yeah. And so before we move into the winter, I see that there are 34 people watching, but only 12 likes on the stream. So y'all better get on that. That's all I'm going to say. Not in the right window. There we go. All right. Adam, I think we're still with you.
Yep. Okay, so let's start up with the North and the West. So Zoe is repositioning herself. She's really banking on this alliance with Marcus here because she's pulling out of Sweden, going up to Barents, so that she can make a more effective attack on the English fleets. Meanwhile, Maaike is taking some guesses down here, and she actually does it the right way here and gets into Western Med. The downside, of course, is that she loses Marseille. She, I guess, needed to go the other way, have Burgundy move there with support of Spain if she wanted to keep it here. So that's a nice play by Tianyu, and Tianyu is getting the dot. So Tianyu is growing. Turkey really is doing a whole lot of nothing.
By the way, sorry, quick point on that. With Munich tapping Burgundy here and West tapping Spain, the Marseille was guaranteed to fall.
You are right. I missed the Munich move. Thank you.
Please continue in the East. So nothing happens in
the East. Is there anything to say about the East? Well, I think the only thing that's interesting is Warsaw to Galicia, but that seems more to make sure Bohemia is not, wandering into there than anything else. But
it does set up the possibility of shenanigans.
It does set up the possibility of shenanigans, but there's a good excuse for that move, which could be to lead to shenanigans in the fall, or maybe not.
Is there a good excuse for Silesia to Bohemia though? Rather than going to Berlin again or supporting Bohemia, and I guess the Berlin.
There's no reason to go to Berlin, right? You're working with the Germans. You're not.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry. You're totally right. Yeah. I was in AIR Fantasyland.
Yeah.
We all have our own little dreamlands in our brain.
It's PTSD from all the AIRs over the years.
And look at this, but just like that, Marcus is kind of back in this game. I mean, not kind of. Marcus is back in this game. Maaike is in full defensive mode, having to pull Belgium, which is kind of terrible for her. So, yeah. And also, we bid a farewell to Andrew at this point. I don't think Andrew did anything particularly wrong. He just was this was not his game. The players around him, for whatever reason, decided that he was not going to be long for this game. But congratulations, and hopefully next year.
Shane is really caught now, by the way, because I think without Russia there, switching to an EG would make a lot of sense here, and I think Marcus would probably go for it. The problem is Zoe Cameron has 2 fleets up there, and so he has to protect against both of them. Although honestly now he actually should lose Norwegian here, although there's maybe a 50-50 guess over attacking Norway. So Shane's got big
is there an argument here that he can convince Marcus to go to Sweden here while he does some fleet shifting up in the north, getting out of Helgoland, in order to make a better play on Norway, maybe north to Skag or Helgoland to north, something along those lines?
You mean a good argument or just an argument?
Well, there's certainly an argument. Is there a good argument?
I mean, for Marcus to turn on Zoe here would be awful. He's got a willing and reliable partner, and he's got advances to make. I mean, he at this rate he could be in North Sea and within a year, maybe a year and a half. Also, should probably go get Belgium as well.
Yep.
As we see from Shane in the comments, that was the pitch.
Yeah. No, but the thing that Shane could do for Marcus would be to help him against France. But that would be suicide.
That would be suicide, yeah.
Keeping things up for Zoe. So.
All right, Brandan, talk us through it.
All right, so Shane does not guess appropriately against Norway. I guess the only thing he could have done was bounce St. Petersburg out, and he would have risked, he would have lost North in that case as well. But so loses Norwegian, maintains his position in Helgoland and North. We have Marcus now gets into Burgundy and Ruhr. This is terrible.
This is huge.
This is catastrophic. You've got in the south, Tianyu gets into Spain, which means Portugal is now vulnerable. Is also in Western Med, gets kicked out of Piedmont, but it's a losing situation for Maaike on both fronts right now. So Zoe does well in the north, but not so well in the south. Loses Romania, but to a fleet.
Why? Yeah. Why do you? If you're Max, if this is a real attack, why would you do it this way?
In the spring.
Why would you do it that way? There's so many other ways you could do this. You could convoy Ankara there. You could just support Bulgaria there while still going to Armenia. Why do it like this?
And why does Zoe pull the unit off the board rather than retreat
to
Galicia? Wonder if we're going to get a pull out of Romania here and a fleet build in St. Petersburg. That would be North Coast, presumably. This is kind of a moment now for the RT part of the IRT. Yeah.
Well, if that's an option, and I'm Max, and I know I have lots of time in this game, I'm probably salivating and eager to, and I'm happy to pull out of Romania to get Zoe building more units in the north, because those are things that are fighting other people on this board aside from me who could potentially compete for a top, and it's getting Zoe's units out of the south and into the north where they can never do anything against me. So if I'm Max and that was offered to me, absolutely, I'm pulling Romania back to Black Sea. Let Zoe have that northern build.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
So what does happen?
No, what the? Wow. What a strange outcome. Okay.
Is it me or Adam?
I think it's Brandan.
Go ahead, Brandan.
Yeah, so all right, real quick in the east, Max does pull into black, but takes Romania from behind, stays in Armenia as well. So this is that's not what you want to see if you're Zoe Cameron. Zoe gets North Sea, however, which is something you do want to see if you're Zoe Cameron. It's nice position in the north, but Zoe is in grave danger of being a spread out Russia, which we see on a regular basis. Max pulls that fleet back to Smyrna while Tianyu sends Ionian to Tyrrhenian Sea. So fully committed west now. This is IT. The only thing that's strange here actually is that Tianyu doesn't take a swing at Budapest when he had it. So, it's possible that there's still a lot of coordination going here, and Zoe is sort of playing a long game and hoping that this makes IT fighting each other a little bit more likely, but that is a long game. Elsewhere we have, let's see, what happens with Maaike retakes Spain, doesn't keep Marseille, so that's even. But the net result is that that Tianyu gets into Mid-Atlantic. A little conservative here, supporting himself into Turanian Sea rather than going North Africa and Turanian Sea. Maybe wanted to give Max one more turn to prove himself. And we have Marcus Loane, the rise of Marcus Loane, taking Belgium. Isn't overcommitted in the north, right? Like, it's still fairly compact. You probably want to be the one in north if you're Germany, but also, like, if Zoe's getting out over her skis a little bit, that could benefit you.
All right, so pushing right through into winter. Brandan, any surprises?
No, I think a fleet build from Marcus would have been very anti-Russian, and they only need 4 fleets if they're working in concert. The army probably going into Burgundy here, and so we're looking at a 4-way alliance, IGRT, and the question is, how long can that last?
And this is awful for Shane to have that fleet stuck in Helgoland. It's about to get piffed off the board in the spring, presumably, and man, that's just no.
And free convoy into London here. My guess is but he can retake north here, but it'll be a retreat into London. Yeah, this is not great.
How can he retake north here?
Clyde taps Norwegian and Eddie.
Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah, but it's a retreat into London, which doesn't really improve your position. So
exactly.
All right. Well, speaking of, Adam, tell us what actually happens.
Okay, a whole lot of support in the east. So essentially, what that is all about is, the Romania thing may have been agreed to give the bill to Turkey to, avoid them, keep them happy. But Zoe moving to Galicia is certainly suggests that there might be a little bit more of a trust but verify kind of situation going on there, or that everybody's not completely copacetic. In the west, Maaike slips into Tuscany, which would be great, though the Tyrrhenian Sea is there, so it's forcing Tianyu to make some annoying guesses, and it's just that unit behind the lines is just really irritating. She also does manage to retake Marseille for the moment, though that may not keep in the fall. Up in the north, Edinburgh taps Norwegian, and is that convoy working? I guess that convoy looks like it works, right?
It did work, yeah.
It looks like it's working, yeah. So Zoe convoys to London. That's great for her. She's still got Marcus fully on board, and now Marcus is in position to take Paris or Brest, and so now this what's that?
Or both,
depending
on los dos.
Yeah. So great job by Marcus in staying in this game, fighting out that initial onslaught, and this is bad news for Maaike and Shane. The EF has really crumbled here.
Yeah, crumbled. But Maaike, there's a scenario here where Maaike bounces Spain and keeps Marseille here. So actually, there's a guess here for Tianyu to stay even in the west there.
All right, let's see what happens. Adam, tell us about it.
Tianyu guesses for Brest and goes to Brest in Mid-Atlantic and guesses correctly because Marcus supports himself into Paris. That may be short-lived, that stint in Brest, but they do get it. Marseille guesses correctly in terms of that move, so Maaike keeps Marseille, so that's kind of a net even for Tianyu. In the rest of the board, now it looks like that, there might be there is some interest in starting to put some pressure on Marcus. We have the Russians, Zoe's going to Silesia and Tianyu's going to Tyrolia. I guess what we'll be telling is Zoe's build. I don't see Zoe going full force against Marcus here, given how vulnerable she is in Scandinavia. So I don't know.
I don't see why she would go against him at all.
So why did she go to Silesia here, and why is she allowing Turkey to advance his armies in that way? Right, this is bad news for her, I think.
I don't know. I don't know what Zoe and Tianyu are telling each other themselves about the future of Max. But but neither of them seem to be concerned at all.
Yeah, and this is just such a great Turkish position, right, for the for the long game. I mean, there's still 6 years
Look
left.
at that.
There's still 6 years left.
The question for Max, I think, is at what point do you, take a bite of this bounty that people are putting in front of you? We're at the point now where Zoe and Tianyu are going to start picking up builds in the West, and stabbing them becomes much more difficult. Or stabbing one in concert with the other just helps the other one do really well. So I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah, so I'm going to push us through to the winter builds. Any surprises from either of you? I'll leave it as an open question.
Well, Maaike keeping Tuscany is kind of fun, I guess. I mean, I think that's her saying, I'm going to be as irritating as possible to Tianyu. I think that's just a kingmaker move, right? She knows that her chances in this game are done, so she's just going to be as irritating as possible. In that position, I mean, Tuscany just gives Tianyu so many different places he needs to cover. So I think it's just annoying.
Yeah, I think Mike has been on punish Tianyu mode for a couple of years now.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to leave you two for a minute or two while I take a quick 1 minute break.
Can you give us the moves first?
Well, I can give you the moves, but I was first going to ask before I leave.
Okay.
If you had to step into a position here, you first, where would you like to be? We're about halfway through the game, a little more.
Yeah, I'd want to be Max here. Yeah, you've just got all the options, and your units are in position to do multiple things, all of which are good. And it is possible that your two partners could team up against you, but it'd be hard. So, we're getting to the point of the game too, where if Max were to get an edge and jump out to, 10, 11, 12 centers, there's just not enough time to beat him back, or units in position to do so. Yeah.
I'm going to go with Marcus here. Yeah. And this is counterpoint to exactly what Brandan was just saying, because the minute that Max moves in on Zoe pulls in the north, Marcus takes everything, and with Zoe's blessing, right? Because she gets stabbed by her ally. The last thing she wants is for her ally to win. Okay, I'm not going to win, Marcus. It's going to be you, because we've been working together so well. So this is tough, right? And this is going through Max's mind right now, right? As he's trying to determine what it is he needs to do. These games are often so much won by just the attitudes of the other players on the board. And so that's a needle that if Max wants to win this game, he's going to have to thread.
Yeah, and the fascinating thing here too is that Tianyu and Marcus are now next to each other and possibly coming into conflict. This game has hit a really dynamic moment where if one person moves too early, it's going to benefit everyone else on the board, and probably the person on the opposite side. And that's just going to create a lot of tension going into these last 5 years. Yep, 5 years.
5.5, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and we'll see how long it goes, of course. But what I will do is reveal the orders, and I will be back in a minute.
And I think it's my turn on the play-by-play.
I think it is, yeah.
All right. So what we have here is I'm looking at the East first, a lot of coordination here between IRT that just continues to advance the Turkish units into awesome positions to do awesome things. We also have Marcus Loane slipping into Sweden here, which may be a trust but verify kind of move. We'll see whether he sits in it or not. It could also be a trade-off for Zoe getting all of England, except there's also a bounce in London too. So, you've got units being used here sort of against each other. We don't have Marcus and Tianyu coming into conflict here. We have them moving their units away from each other. So the armies go to Belgium and Burgundy, and English Channel, moves away from Brest here. So very, very interesting moves here that continue to put the game into a dynamically and unstably balanced equilibrium.
I'm just gonna come out and say this. I dislike Marcus's moves here so much.
Why?
And I just picked him to. I just picked Marcus to win. I think this is not where you need to be pulling yourself back and potentially making a fight with Zoe a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think this is where you need to be advancing your position. And what he's basically done is pulled his units back so that he's certainly in a defensive position, a much more defensive position, to protect from the stab. But yeah. It's a mid-game Germany just crawling into a ball kind of thing. And I could be wrong here. Maybe he does need to do this. Maybe he knows Zoe is fighting him and there's nothing he can do about it, in which case maybe this is the only thing he can do, right? So maybe I am wrong. But and when I say I hate his moves, I don't mean that they're bad moves. I just hate the fact that he feels compelled to do this. Okay? They're not bad moves. I want to be clear on that. It's just that, if I'm Germany here, I want to be spreading out and getting people to move away from me. I don't want to be coming back into Germany where I'm basically just putting a bunch of units around Munich where I need to defend myself, right?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I think the problem here, I think there's two problems. One is that there isn't a whole lot left to get, just Brest in the West. I mean, he's not, wasn't going to go get Marseille, or he's going to have to pull himself out seriously out of position to do something like that. And also the IRT is, they have not shown, they've not done anything that actually indicates signs of breaking. And if I'm Marcus and I'm getting the sense from all three of them that like they're not interested in fighting each other, then yeah, he's got to go take something while it's available. So I depending on the diplomatic situation, I think it's probably a good move by Marcus here.
All right. Well, let's find out. And I'm on the wrong screen. There we go.
You gave it.
Talk us through the fall.
Yeah.
Sure.
So what we have here are England and Russia reviving their top of the world alliance, potentially. Shane gets this is a sort of a breath of life, gets into North, goes down to Wales. We'll have a play on London in the fall, or in 1909. We have Kiel being opened up, presumably for a fleet build. And we also have Galicia going to the line here. So we now have that potential sort of stalemate situation. And Belgium goes to Holland here. This is a conservative move, assuming that North might go to Holland here rather than going to Ruhr, which I think is where you want to have an army if you are defending against people on the stalemate line. So he may be forced to build an army Kiel here just for defensive purposes, and hope that the English fleet in the North Sea is going to help him. Maybe he'll support it into Norway, or maybe it'll just be used to attack London. In the around Iberia, we have Maaike holding steady with. This is great. So the fleet gets blown up, but Marseille is open for a rebuild. So Maaike will stay with fleet. The problem is now though that Maaike is likely to lose Marseille coming up. Italy has nothing else to do but attack France here and clean up the Iberian Peninsula. It doesn't have enemies anywhere else.
We were so quick to when we were asking favorites, neither of us picked Tianyu, but now Tianyu is looking pretty tasty with all of Iberia within grasp at this point. So
yep. And the question is, can Tianyu get Iberia and repopulate army strength in the east before Russia and or Turkey pull the trigger on him?
Well, Russia's pulling, right? She's got to pull either. Gosh, there's not good choices. Helgoland or maybe one of the southern armies, maybe Ukraine or Warsaw.
Yeah, we've got some questions in the comments as well about, is Italy going to be able to outpace some of the other powers?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, right? I mean, Turkey has pulled back to some extent. They're not in a great position to make a play against Russia, but with Zoe pulling, if she's pulling in the south, and things get interesting.
Yeah, I think Zoe's either pulling London or Budapest.
Ukraine. Yeah, Ukraine makes sense.
Oh, Ukraine. Yeah, okay.
Sorry,
well,
I cut you
London
off
because
before.
she gets kicked out of London, and well, I guess she'll get kicked out in the fall, not the spring. But she'll probably go to Ukraine right now.
I don't know. I'd probably have given up on Budapest. I mean, you're likely to lose it anyway in a battle with Italy and Turkey.
The thing about Budapest, though, is because it just touches so many centers. In order to take Budapest from her, it just requires so many units. If you don't want to leave a center open for her to retreat to,
that's true. So 5 years left now. If Turkey's Turkey's got to time this move.
Yeah. So before we move on, I see Peter McNamara saying, I think I would have given up Prussia as the Russian. So something to think about in the comments. But also, I still see that there are far more people watching than have liked the stream.
Like the people. I mean, like the stream.
Like and subscribe. All right, Adam, we are back to you.
Yep. Okay, there goes Marseille. Thanks to Spain getting cut here. But there also goes Munich here because everybody wants to put Turkey in there. So thank you very much. Shane and Zoe are now working together, convoying London to Denmark, which is just a great move by Zoe and Shane there. Australian power there, I guess. So there is destroys the unit in Denmark, and Shane should be able to actually either retake London or take Brest or something like that right now, which is nice for him. But this RIT is still rolling. That is pretty cool. The RIT continues to roll, and Budapest is now in Galicia, with Zoe just trusting that nobody's going to walk into there. Max is still slow playing this because he's Turkey and he can do that, though at some point he will have to try to take some dots. I mean, Munich is a great one to have, but Munich is not a great long-term dot for Turkey, right? When you don't have everything between Serbia and Munich. So he's going to have to find a way to get some of those dots in the middle so that he's not reliant on everybody around him to hold his centers.
Munich is a great launching pad to take something else. So either swinging down to take Trieste and Vienna, or swinging over to get Budapest and Warsaw.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I love this by Shane. Zoe keeping that army made it a problem for him, and this is something that he can do to get it out of his hair. Shane's going to get it built here, and poor Marcus, though, man.
It's a fantastic move. All right, so take us through the end, Adam.
All right. So the Russian army in Denmark was short-lived, but now Shane is back in the thick of things with his home centers retaken. But alas for Zoe, for Maaike rather, she guesses wrong here, tries to make a convoy into Brest, loses Spain, and now Tianyu is going to be +2 as a result of this. Zoe, I guess, is going to have a no, she's not going to have a rebuild because she loses London. So Zoe is things are slipping a little bit away. Though I guess she gets Berlin. She got Berlin.
Oh, up Berlin. Yeah,
she picked up Berlin, and so Zoe, I guess, will get a rebuild here.
It's a great rebuild.
It's really critical for here. Without that, she's really seeing this slip away. But she does also see Max going back into the Black Sea here. So Max is not quite making his move, but also saying, I'm still thinking long term, and I've only got 3 years left. I'm going to have to make it pretty soon.
I think 1910 is probably the time. He's getting a build here. He's
going to build an army in Con or Ankh, and I think this is probably where it happens.
Yeah.
Tianyu going up 2 here, I feel, is so telling. Like,
I mean, Tianyu's the front runner right now. I mean, he's in the lead, doesn't really have any pressure. I mean, he had to.
And in Portugal is going to be his, right? So he's 9 sitting on 10.
Portugal's going to Tianyu, 100%. And
Paris could
the fact
Paris
that this
right off.
Italy has built primarily armies
Well, it
is
feels
beautiful.
that way. It feels that way, though. He does have 4 fleets, right? So he's not that unbalanced.
So he's built 2 fleets.
Well, he's built
Or no, 3
he's built
fleets, yeah.
He's built 3 fleets. He has 4.
I can do math, it's fine.
No, it's all good. This is difficult for all of us.
It's good to be Tianyu right now. Nobody's fighting Tianyu. And in fact, Turkey and Russia should probably realize that they need to, if they don't move soon to hold Italy back, it's going to be Italy's game.
I love this for Tianyu.
Tunis should absolutely go to Ionian here.
Yep.
No, I would personally, I'd probably negotiate, tell Max to go to Aegean as well. But you don't need.
Well, why would you tell Max that? I mean, he might just do it, but why would you tell him to go there?
If you wanted to keep good alliance flow going.
All right. Well, we're back to you, Brandan. What do you see in spring of 1910?
Yeah. So a question for me for Tianyu was going to be whether that Venice army went to Piedmont or went directly into Trieste. This tells me this order set tells me that Tianyu is more concerned about defense in the east than offense in the west. He's going to pick up Portugal here. Isn't concerned about going for Paris just yet, right? More concerned about maybe either holding on to gains in the east, holding back potential rivals, maybe even picking something up. Tunis stays put, Smyrna stays put. So this is also a good solution, right? Like you go to Ionian if you strongly suspect that Max wants to go to Aegean. Black goes back to Ankara, despite the fact that all of these armies come up. Greece does not go to Serbia here, however, though, so there is not maximal pressure from Max, but the options are there, and the options could be either anti-Russian or anti-Italian. I would think that he should be looking at the Italian more as a rival, but might have more to gain by attacking Russia. It could just be a race between IT. That could be how they're looking at it.
Well, if you're Max here, you're looking at your best shot for additional dots are going to be Budapest and Sev, right? Those are the only two. I'll call them easy. Easy is a rough word, but those are your easy dots. But holding Munich is not easy, so that puts you at 9. Tianyu is at 9 with Portugal assured. That's 10, and probably somewhat unlikely to be getting more than that, or to be going down at this point. So that's not going to win you this game. Taking out Budapest and Serbia as Sev if you're Turkey, you need a route into getting those Italian dots or towards Italy getting knocked down. Now maybe that's Shane. Maybe you're talking to Shane and saying, Shane, you're going to mid-Atlantic here and ducking down to the Channel. But is Shane going to want care? Is Shane interested in doing that just to help you out?
I think a good path forward for Max here would be to try to enlist Zoe against the Italians. So support Budapest into Vienna, take Budapest from behind, move Bulgaria into Serbia and Albania.
I think that's would be an excellent play. Agreed.
All right. And does that happen?
Bam.
Boom.
Yep.
You got it.
Brandan, tell us all about it.
Nailed it, Brandan.
All right. So Budapest into Vienna with double support. And that mostly guaranteed it. I mean, Tyrrhenian could have hit Bohemia here. We also get Bulgaria, Serbia going in. We have the fleets in Ankara and Smyrna moving west as well into Aegean and Khan. So this is absolutely Turkey moving on Italy here. Russia working with, probably out of necessity. Really nothing else Zoe could do here. This is the best of the bad options in the south for her. Her game is hopefully in the north, where that's not going so well because she loses Norway to Shane Armstrong, who's doing the thing that you do as a small power, which is play the two sides against each other, the ones that knocked you down. So Shane builds for the second year in a row, only needs, I think, 6 more dots to catch the leader in 3 years. In the west, we have, okay, so what Tianyu does here is very interesting. Tianyu takes Portugal from mid-Atlantic, not from Spain. This was not necessary. There's no threat to Spain here at all.
English Channel can cut it. Can cut Mao, though, is the only issue.
That's true. That's true. But if you have confidence that English Channel is
not cutting now,
not cutting it, then this is so it's either it's potentially very conservative or sort of a lack of intel gathering. But it may also be strategic, right? You may want England to help you, in which case, you're clearing mid-Atlantic. Of course, going to English Channel doesn't really support that. But the big thing for me here is that Tianyu exits the armies in the east. So it's possible that Tianyu agreed to give up Vienna here, does not support himself into Trieste here, interestingly, supports the move into Venice, which was unnecessary. So this may be Tianyu either seeing the writing on the wall or recognizing that it's just an unholdable position, this is an unholdable position. I think the thing that Tianyu probably would be unhappy to see if he did cut a deal here are the armies going to Albania and Serbia and the fleets coming out.
I think that aside from the issue with the fleets, with having to hold around the Ionian, I think that Tianyu, not losing Vienna and Trieste, but potentially putting himself in a position to gain Paris, it's not the end of the game for him. He still has a shot towards topping this board. I do want to point out one move that Max made that I believe was a mistake, if you go back, which is I think Smyrna should have gone to the Eastern Med here, because I think that that would allow him to bounce the Ionian while still moving to the Aegean uncontested. From this position to get the second fleet out, he has to send Aegean to Greece, Khan to Aegean, Tianyu gets into the Ionian. So I just want to point that out. Again, in the scheme of things, it may not make that big a difference, but I think these little tactical mistakes can add up over time.
Yeah. Well, you look at this here. Yeah, they can't move to the Ionian. And
if he didn't have a build, though, I'd agree with you. But he has a build, so put down fleet Smyrna here, move to Greece and Aegean, and you're good to go.
All right. Well, speaking of builds, Fleet Smyrna does get put down. We got Fleet London and a disband in Vienna. Any shockers for either of you?
It's good to be Max Wanji Robanks right here.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is Max's game. The question is, will he be able to hold on to Munich? But Vienna should be his. Trieste should be his.
And he's going to get into Ionian as well. Sorry.
Yeah. So can anyone catch him? I am not sure.
Someone in the comments earlier said something about like, oh, it's good to be Turkey if you're just patient enough, and that hits home because I'm not patient enough to play Turkey. It's just not my style.
It's worth pointing out too that Max owns the tiebreaker over everybody on the board. So.
Oh yeah, we got the tiebreaker thing. Brandon, do you want to talk about the tiebreaker real quick because we didn't earlier?
So it was determined by the selection order. If you picked later, then you have higher ranking in the tiebreaker. So later selector beats an earlier selector, and Max picked last. Turkey was sent to him. He did not choose it, and that gave him the tiebreaker advantage over everybody. And
Max down here picked last, got Turkey.
So that means that for Tianyu to beat Max, to win this game over Max, he has to have one more center than him, whereas Max wins if they have the same number of centers. So yet another advantage for Max. Max should win this game from here.
All right. So speaking of, we're back to an odd year, which I believe goes to Adam.
Yep. So in the south, the moves are pretty much what you would expect. Max takes Vienna, takes Trieste, positions their fleets out. Zoe seems to be pretty okay with this, and so I think that this is Max's game at this point. In the west, Tianyu is pulling some units back, pulling the fleets back to try to protect himself. But of course, that is really going to stunt his ability to get extra centers, which he will need to be able to compete in this game. I think that this is going to be very difficult to stop Max at this point. I don't think that Tianyu has the capital, has anybody on the board who is in his court right now, which is somewhat surprising considering, he hasn't been particularly aggressive other than with Maaike, but he clearly has not won the diplomatic battle. Max has won both the diplomatic and the tactical battle here.
Yeah, Max makes a slight tactical error here. You should be bouncing Ionian and going to Eastern Med here and just move Khan to Bulgaria.
Well, this was my point about the mistake last turn, right? This wouldn't have been an issue had he gone to Smyrna instead of
No,
Adriatic.
it would have been the exact same scenario because he would need one to bounce, and then Smyrna would go.
Because he can't bring both fleets out. That's true. Yeah.
This way, Ionian gets to retreat to Adriatic. This is the big difference. That's all.
All right. So speaking of Adam, it's still yours, and Ionian does retreat to Adriatic. But Adam,
and Vienna, he moves out of Vienna because why not? It doesn't need the dot right now. Might as well keep Zoe strong for as long as possible. He'll take it later if he needs to. Elsewhere, balance in Paris, Mal covers Brest, which didn't need to because Shane is now retaking Norway. Max is coming down into Ruhr to be able to put pressure on Munich, probably going to try to retake it next year, but I don't think he has the firepower to, especially not with Zoe and Max now in Bohemian Silesia.
Yeah, Max, Greece should be going to Albania here, so you can take Adriatic next turn. So this is actually going to keep Max from having a shot at Venice. But he should be able to get into Tyrrhenian Sea. No, we can. Apulia can bounce. Yeah,
I'm gonna push us through, but
Fleet Sev.
Oh, Fleet Sev, yeah.
Let's go back to that. Fleet Sev. Hey, Zoe.
Zoe's not dead yet.
Zoe is still in it to win it. I love it.
Not dead yet.
All right, Brandon, it's your year with that very exciting build.
All right. So Zoe goes into black. I'm guessing she's probably offering to like walk through Khan or something. I think Zoe knows that she can't win this game and is fine with Max winning the game.
But Max pulls back. Max pulls back just in case, right? Like
exactly. Exactly. Max. That said, Max pulls back to Galicia here and to Vienna. Max says, "I don't want to. I don't want to take any chances." Wow. Yeah, I won't. We'll see if we get Khan to Ankh and Aegean to Khan. So elsewhere, Zoe loses Berlin here. So I mean, Zoe's game is over here. She's probably going to know that, and is probably she's not the type that would try to kill Max's game just for the heck of it.
But Munich is about to get smacked, right? So Munich is going to go back.
Oh yeah, you're right. So that's going to keep Max even at 10. Zoe's going to go down to 5 unless she can, but she can't take Romania because we get a retreat to Sevastopol. Shane going to North Atlantic is kind of cool. I mean, that will just end the game if he harasses Italy. Like there'll be no reason to continue whatsoever.
Well, but the question is, is Marcus now back in it? If he retakes Berlin,
gets 2.
He's not gonna be able to build though. He'll get one build.
We've only got one more year though after this.
No.
Yeah, Prussia and Silesia. Right. Yeah. Okay.
Let's just see how it shakes out.
All right. So Zoe is attacking Max here, which is fascinating. Goes to supports herself to Romania.
Retreat to Sev. I mean,
he just goes to Sev. This might be a bit of a mistake, a bit of a tactical mistake on Max's part. I'm not sure. Oh no, I guess he had to because Silesia could have tapped Galicia. He pulls his 2 fleets back. Greece is now going to be stuck in south coast of Bulgaria, though. That's not great. So let's see. Max is elsewhere. We have Shane not going to Mid-Atlantic, so recognizing that he doesn't want to end the game just yet. I wonder what Shane if Shane thinks he might build somewhere or not, or if he's just kind of hanging out. Marcus does pick up Munich, goes to 7. So if the combined alliances here could actually push Max down 2 centers, then everyone's back in play here.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a max of 1 more year left in this game. And can Max lose it?
Yeah, it's always going to pull Barents here. I think for Max to lose it, he has to lose Trieste. Here you see another consequence of that Italian getting into the Adriatic. He has to lose Trieste, and he has to. The problem is, I guess he's got Budapest and Serbia like open for Romania.
Well, if he pulls back to those, then all kinds of weird stuff can happen, right? If he pulls
He's
back,
losing Ionian. Yeah. No, this game isn't over.
Well, losing Ionian,
is
I
not.
don't think losing Ionian matters because he doesn't have to worry about Aegean or Eastern Med. He just retreats to Greece so that the Tianyu can't walk into a center. But
Yeah, but then Albania can get tapped.
All right. Well, let's find out.
Yeah.
It's an odd year. Adam, back to you.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, Zoe could have made much more aggressive moves against Turkey here. Doesn't go to Galicia here. Romania just goes back to Ukraine. So clearly, whatever she had in mind for messing around last turn is not so much an issue. Tianyu puts Max into Munich here for some reason. Okay. All right.
No, because it's brilliant. It gets Bohemia away from the other centers. Presumably Marcus will just sit there.
I don't know. It doesn't really do anything because Bohemia can cut Tyrolia, Munich can cut Tyrolia. I don't think it really makes that big a difference.
Yeah. If Zoe were in Galicia, they could.
Yeah, right. If Warsaw dropped, if Zoe really wanted to mess around with Max here, she would have dropped to Galicia, right? Because Galicia was certainly going to go to Budapest or Romania or something like that. So
she could actually, if she really wanted to mess with Max, St. Petersburg should be supported down to Moscow. But she's in position to retake Sevastopol here. She's just going to lose Romania.
Yeah, so it's a net nothing, and I don't think that Trieste can fall from this position. So
no, because what Max does here, which is fantastic, is he moves Albania to Serbia.
Right.
He may have been doing it to cover against Romania, moving there, but what it does is it means that the support on Trieste can't be tapped from Ionian. So it's a hugely important defensive positioning.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll move on. Sorry, I was reading the comment section.
And by the way, Gascony has
listening to you.
Okay. I was going to say Gascony has a free walk into Spain. He and
Mao to Portugal. Shane's going to picks up 2 here.
Yeah, I will say for a second that Peter McNamara, I shared it on screen for a second, said missed opportunity for double retreat to Silesia, and Zoe commented, "I saw it. My heart just wasn't in it."
Fair enough. All right, so for Max to lose here, lots of crazy things would have to happen.
No, and he does not.
Yeah, so he picks up Romania, holds on to Sevastopol, holds on to Munich as well, and holds on to everything else. So Max ends up with a pretty big win here. 12 centers. Next closest is going to be, I think, Marcus at 8. Oh no, 7 because he loses
7. Tianyu loses 2 here, so
I can
down to 6. Yeah.
Get us through to the end here.
That's great. Well done, Max.
We know it's the end of the game. Well
done, Max. Beautifully played Turkey here. Wow.
Yeah. So the thing that Max did, there's 2 things that Max did extremely well from what I can tell. One is just to keep Russia and Italy both on side, just to keep them sort of with the drip of IRT goodness, and it worked. And then he picked the right moment and the right person to attack, and that was as soon as Tianyu got big enough to be a threat to win this game, he became a natural target, and Max did exactly the right things to make sure that he got the upper hand on Tianyu in that situation, and then closed it out.
Like I said a little bit earlier, I am not a player who is patient enough to play Turkey in this way. It's just not my style. It's not the way that I play diplomacy. But I'd love to see it, like watching it just sort of seep out over the board and take power in the right ways.
This is so hard. I mean, this is so hard, and Max managed this so well to be that Turkey who's just looming the whole time, and just managed his allies to keep moving forward, while I'm just looming back here, and I'm no threat. I got armies.
Yeah.
I'm sitting back. I'm not in Serbia. I'm sitting back, right? Just really, really well played by Max.
Yeah, 100% agreed. So
another person picking 7th makes the top board. That is 3. 3 of the first 5 games have been won by the person picking last. 2 Germanys and a Turkey. Way to go. That's great.
Yeah, no, and I just watching this game from the sidelines, like there were so many things that I wanted to like jump in and be commentator for, and letting you and Adam do that, Brandan, was really hard for me.
Yeah.
I was like, but did you see that? But did you see that? But you guys got everything. So
you can pop in sometime. Sorry, I probably talked over you once or twice when you wanted to, so apologies about that.
And we do that to each other. It's fun. But while we give Adam a quick break,
so Max, Matt, what?
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
I just want to look up the Max's seed coming in here because he's another seed in the 20s. Max is the 19th seed. So we've now had 5 people. 5 people make this this championship game. The highest seed is Noam Brown at 12.
Wait, am I showing the wrong thing? I'm showing the wrong thing. By DBNI or?
Yeah, no, this isn't a graphic that we have prepared.
Then I will take it off.
But yeah, the highest seed we've had make the top board now is 12. It's unusual. Usually we have people in the top 10 who are making it. You know, they're in the top 10 for a reason because they're very good players. They've had a lot of success. They're good players in good form.
Yeah.
And
for a reason, right? Like we saw a number of good players that we know very well on that last board that deserve to be on top board.
So. And you know, it's I think a tournament of sort of the unsung so far. You know, Noam Brown is not an unsung player. He's the reigning WDC champion. But yeah, it's going to set up an interesting. I'm very fascinated to see what happens on these last 2 boards, which have lots of the big hitters on them. Can any of them rise up? Do they cancel each other out, or are they just getting outfoxed and outsmarted by the less heralded players?
So as we go through this, like we have from the first 4 boards, Wes, Robert, Noam, and Nicola, and now we've just added Max. And so we have 2 more names to fill. And I know you both don't know who's on what board. I mean, we looked at them at the beginning of the broadcast, but I don't expect anyone to remember 14 names. But we got some big names coming.
You can show like the player list from game 6 if you want.
I think we're going to go right to that.
It'll show us who they are and where they're from. Yep.
So this one is a big hitter board.
Oof. Yeah.
I'm going to talk us through it. We've got Jamal Blakkarly, former world champion, Ed Sullivan, who DBN viewers should be very familiar with, Bradley Grace, Justin Loar, who I guess no one's heard from aside from all that amazing trading card artwork. I'm kidding, Justin. We love you. Mikalis, Kamaritis, Conrad Woodring. Glad to see he's back in the hobby and very active again. And Emily Kramer. So I'll start at the bottom. Adam, first thoughts.
So I think what's interesting, stylistically on this board, Jamal and Ed are both, I don't want to say they have similar diplomatic styles, but they are both players who really work kind of all aspects of the game. And a lot of their game is getting people around them to do things that are maybe not great for them and not great for the person around them and good for them as individuals. Now, how well does that work on a board like this with such strong players? I don't know, but I am going to be watching those 2 and seeing how they are trying to work the board. And Jamal and Ed are both prone to some unusual play as well. Bradley's very aggressive. Mikalis can play aggressive or patiently. Justin, can be a little bit of a wild card at times, but plays really strongly. And Conrad is just a long time old school, straight up diplomacy player, right? From the States, now living in London. Emily, I don't know as well, so but excited to see how they perform here as well. Yeah.
Emily's a newer player who's really excited to be playing in this tournament. Was not part of the original 28, so needed somebody else to drop out in order to qualify. Actually, a couple people dropped out, so Emily ended up getting up to the 26 seed, but that did not guarantee her a second game, and she got that by virtue of Simon Wesendrup being sick. And so, you know, Emily's sort of, you know, playing with house money here, I think. And, you know, we've seen the 7 seed make a lot of noise, and be interesting to see. Beyond that, I'm looking at, so I'm fascinated to see the dynamic between Jamal, Ed, and Mikalis, you know, the 3 like verified heavyweights on this board. But I look at Bradley and Justin, both 2 players who I think are hungry. Like, they both want to make a name for themselves. They both had some success. Bradley's won some stuff. Justin, you know, has finished number 1 in the regular season of the VDL. Hasn't been able to do it on the top board yet. I think they're both hungry and want to make a splash, and this is a chance to do it. So fascinated to see what happens here.
Yeah, and the only other thing I will add is that Conrad Woodring, he and his younger brother Graham grew up in the same area in the South Bay in California where I did, and I grew up playing diplomacy with them. And Conrad, I don't think he hungers for a win, but he absolutely has the capacity for a win. He's really good at the game of diplomacy. He knows what he's doing. He's been very active in the UK hobby over the last couple of years. So I'm interested to see.
Yeah, from what I can tell of his playing style, he kind of seems like an intellectual with a sense of humor.
Yes, that is the Woodring style.
Yeah.
That 100%. I have played with both Conrad, his younger brother, and their father, and all of them have that style.
Like a little sarcastic wit that's going to like nail you at some point.
I will find a photo from years ago from a Carnage where their dad wrote a set of orders that was just, I'm not winning this game, so these are sarcastic orders.
Oh, nice.
So I think we're going to let Brandan go for a minute while we look at the Paris selection. Let Brandan eat a little food.
Oh, just play the video. I'll chomp while we're watching.
All right, you'll chomp over that. All right, and we go right into...
All right. Welcome, everybody, to the final round of the semifinals for the 2026 DBNI. These 7 players here have already tried once to make it to the final board, and they're here to only live twice and give it another chance.
Really? That's the best you can do? This is that's the intro. Okay, keep going, Liam.
Look, I had my money on Ed. That's been taken off at the heckling from the Peanut Gallery. Look, if you wanted to commentate, you wouldn't be playing, Ed. So get your head in the game and stop worrying about the cast. All right, if everybody's ready, let's get the selection board up and we'll get started. So as you can see, you've got the placements here, and you'll see a column that shows the previous countries of all the players. As you pick, just be aware that you were not able to select the same country you played in the first game you played for this tournament, unless of course you're the last pick and that country falls to you, then you do get to play it. All right. Is there any questions before we get started in the game? All right, so we'll start by putting Emily's name on the board, and we can get picking. All right, Conrad, would you like to pick before or after Emily?
Before, please.
And Mikalis?
I will pick before Conrad.
Justin?
I will pick before Mikalis.
Bradley?
Can I go after Justin, please?
All right. Ed?
Before Justin.
Really, Ed? That's the best you can come up with? And Jamal.
I'll pick after Justin.
All right. Ed, somehow you're first. Not sure how that happened. Okay. Ed, where would you like to play?
England.
Excellent. Justin.
Choose Italy.
All right, Italy. And Jamal.
I'll take France.
All right. And Bradley.
I was expecting Jamal to like drop to 5 and pick a weird country. You're being boring right now.
You know, he really wants to win. That's what he did.
No. Can I take Russia, please?
Russia, perfect. And Mikalis.
Germany.
Conrad.
Give me a second here.
Consulting the Ouija board. What's it telling you?
I probably can't repeat it for your audience. It would be inappropriate. It's like Turkey.
Turkey. The spirits have spoken.
Do I still get
And
to
Emily,
pick?
I'll let you say it if you like.
Austria.
Perfect. All right. There is your lineup for the Last Chance board for the 2026 DBNI. I'll keep my commentary light. I don't wish to be heckled much further. I'd love for you guys to say at least one nice thing to your competitors before we get started. Anything you want to say?
Good luck getting second.
I like the hat, Ed.
That's awesome.
You're all amazing. I love every one of you.
I will enjoy beating you all.
Agree with that.
Good luck.
All right. And with that, those are fighting words. And I think we're all ready to get started.
Oh, this is going to be such a fun board. I can't get the Dipcast software to show me.
Yeah, click on
power
power
selection
selection.
with the.
Click
I
on
did.
power selection. What happens?
Oh, hey.
It shows me board 1.
Oh, there's a drop down at the top of that. Open selection form. Sorry, click on that.
Open selection form.
Click on that, and then there's a.
You know what?
Don't worry about it. You can just show the map.
Let's show this.
You know
board.
what?
And also,
We're gonna start with the players.
Well, should we
because we
start
talked
by
about
the board name is Jim Yerke. Should we give some intro to Jim? I
Oh,
met Jim.
yeah.
I met Jim a few times. I don't know if either of you.
So I have met Jim Yerke a number of times, but I know Adam, you have a number. So if you want to give,
Well, I didn't
quick
know him
intro.
that well, but he was the tournament director of the first tournament I ever played in, which was World DipCon in the year 2000 in Maryland. So and he was a longtime player. By the time that I got into the hobby, which was then in 2000, I think Jim wasn't really playing that much, but he still had this reputation for having really, I think, the sharpest knife in the hobby, I think, is the way I would probably describe it. Just a really, strong player with a brutal ability to set up backstabs that worked really well for him.
Yeah. So to add to that, like Jim Yerke was a very active player in the 1980s and 90s. I met him several times over my tournament, attendance, and he was just a fierce opponent. From the late 70s, even through as late as 2019, pre-COVID, he participated in 49 different events, winning 7, taking second or third in 3 more. And they were spread out across all of North America. He won in Philadelphia, Atlanta, Baltimore, Chapel Hill, Charlottesville, and Dallas. And he did a bunch of organizing. He helped other organizers, helped put on the 2000 World DipCon in Baltimore that had 141 players. Like, Jim was an icon in the hobby, and he may have retired from playing, but that's a man that I have been honored to meet. So
I played with Jim once.
Where was that, Brandon?
It was at Tempest. I think it was the Tempest that you won, Siobhan. And he just
2017.
He came by and was like, "I'll play a game." And I was in the West with him. I think he was England. I think I was Germany, and Chris Martin was France. You
were screwed.
And Jim, whatever I was serving, Jim just didn't like. And there was this one turn, and he wasn't giving me any time of day, and I got tired of trying with him, or I got a little pissy. I was a new player, and so I had ideas. And there was this one negotiation phase where we started the clock, everyone went off, and it was just Jim and me sitting at the table, not talking. Total silence, like nothing. And I remember seeing Chris Martin glance over at the table and just smile.
Everything about this story checks out. So for anyone who is listening to this stream, if you have never played face-to-face diplomacy, there are moments where you see players sitting at their board together in silence. They have nothing to say to each other. In this case, Brandon has tried every trick in the book. And it's just like, well, I guess that's not working.
Yeah.
And Jim's just like, nope.
It was a mistake on my part. I mean, I was pissy about something, and I think it was that I thought that Jim needed me, and so I thought that he needed to come to me, and he just didn't care.
That tournament was all about not expecting when people needed you to come to them, but we'll talk about that story another time.
This board is so tasty.
I'm so excited for this board. Let's just
dive in.
Back to this.
Let's just dive in. This is too tasty to make
show the map here, because we Adam and I both asked for something, and the diplomacy gods gave it to us. We were curious about how Ed, Sullivan, Jamal, Blakkarly, and Mikalis Kamaritis, how the dynamic between the three of them. And the diplomacy gods have taken them and they have put them in a test tube called the West.
But that West with the chaos of Justin Loar in Italy.
I will be stunned if this is not an EG right off the bat trying to take Jamal out. Both Ed and Mikalis know exactly the skill, the level of player that Jamal is, and they will want to take him out as quickly as possible. And the question will be whether Justin Loar gets on board or not.
Well, here is Adam getting the odd years. So Adam, talk us through 1901.
Okay. I think the most unusual thing we see here is the bounce in Piedmont. Not super unusual, but not super common, probably arranged. No bounce in Galicia, which allows Bradley to move up north to St. Petersburg. And otherwise in the Turks bounce Black Sea and do that Smyrna to Ankara thing, which essentially, potentially allows them to move their fleet out while moving Smyrna up to Ankara so they can build another fleet there.
That's a great opening for Jamal. If Jamal had any concerns about being ganged up on, they are gone. And that Moscow to St. Petersburg is chef's kiss for France.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Adam, talk us through.
Well, everybody wants Belgium, so no one gets Belgium. But otherwise, I think what we're seeing here is pretty interesting stuff, particularly with the Turks supporting the Italian convoy into Greece. That's really interesting, especially with Justin not taking a center. This is the kind of move that you make as Italy, when you are expecting to get a dot from somewhere else, because you know that the Austrians are going to support themselves into Greece, and all you're doing is standing them out. Justin doesn't get a build. That makes this actually not a great play for him. But it's certainly great for Conrad, and it's great for Bradley, who now have a conflict between Austria and Italy in a pretty good position against it. Conrad, interestingly, makes the choice to hold in Ankara rather than going to the Black Sea here, or trying to bring it out through Constantinople. So we'll keep an eye on that.
It's very, very curious for Justin to go for this. I mean, he must have had reason to think that Emily was not going to be supporting herself into Greece. Maybe Conrad and Emily sold him a story that they were going to support Bulgaria into Romania here. And so Justin thought that he and Conrad were going to pull one over on Emily here. But that's something you do if you've already taken Trieste in the spring.
Right.
It's a huge risk in the fall, and it has not paid off for Justin. Justin is in deep trouble right now.
This is really bad for Justin. Yeah.
All right. So speaking of how bad it is for Justin, Brandan, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's also not great for Emily. So it's like,
right.
We'll see what it's good for Conrad Woodring. So if this is an RT, what a great way to get an RT going. Really great. So let's talk about builds here. So yeah, builds are RT friendly here. I think Bradley, interestingly, does not build in St. Petersburg after having made this Northern opening. If I'm filing on Justin.
Oh,
By the way,
sorry. We love Justin.
Sorry.
Justin can
We love you, Justin.
Yeah, Justin can totally recover from this position. Like in diplomacy, setbacks are often opportunities. If you're able to view them that way and able to find diplomatic paths through the diplomatic thicket, very, very recoverable here. But what happens next is going to be critical for how smooth that recovery might look. So back to Bradley here. Bradley does not build in St. Petersburg after having gone with an aggressive Northern opening. Presumably, he's expecting North to get tapped here, which would enable him to take Norway, but Moscow will still have to go north in order to prevent the retreat to St. Petersburg. That said, this gives him some tactical flexibility.
To me, this looks more like either defensive or aggressive against Germany than it does against England, right? I mean, you might have expected, if it was fully aggressive against Germany, you might have expected to see South Coast build. That's pretty unusual and pretty limiting. So I think that this is just not an anti-English. I think he and Ed are probably copacetic, and he's putting himself in a position to defend Sweden should Mikalis go to Baltic here.
It certainly gives them the option. Now, the other builds in the West are like pugilistic, I think is the word I would use for it. You've got fleets in Brest and London, which is, they can do nothing but go against each other here. So expect to see English Channel London getting supported in the English Channel now. Ed's problem is that he needs an alliance structure between Russia and Germany that helps him. So it's a big, big turn for whether North gets tapped here or not. He may use North to support Norway here. But Mikalis has the fleet and keel. So Mikalis kind of holds a lot of cards right here. Fascinating to see what Mikalis does with them.
All right, Adam, what does he do with them?
Well, he supports himself to the Baltic Sea to prevent Bradley from getting in there. He also supports Ed into Belgium. So Brandon's prediction of a EG may be what's playing out here. Jamal just goes to mid-Atlantic and Spain, and lets Ed into the English Channel essentially. Maybe Ed had agreed to do something else. Elsewhere, Justin is now maybe on side with Austria. Is he supporting Albania to Greece, or is he supporting Bulgaria to Greece? I can't tell. Albania to Greece. But for being on side with Austria, this is a kind of a strange set of moves, to be honest with you, to go up to Venice and Bohemia here. I think what Justin really needs to do is not get cute and convoy into Tunis so that he can hold Ionian. He could wait till the fall to do that, but I think he's getting a little cute here, and I think this is not good for him.
Yep, I agree 100%. That said, Aegean is unlikely to go to Ionian here. It's more likely to do something against Greece.
Or support Bulgaria, support Kandabul, something like that.
So it's he might get away with it, Justin, but I'm I'm with you. I wouldn't like to have my army separated like that.
When you're a 3-unit Italy, being up in Bohemia is really not great. I mean, I don't know what he's doing there, honestly. Like,
Go back for a second, because I want to pick out something that Mikalis did here. It's subtle but important. Mikalis does not use Ruhr to support Munich into Burgundy, and this is or use Munich to support Ruhr into Burgundy. This is probably the reasoning he probably gave to the people around him is that with the Italian army in Tyrolia, he could not, he didn't want to get too spread out, something like that. It wasn't needed. The Ruhr was not needed to support York into Belgium. There was only Burgundy there. What this does is it slows down a potential attack on France, which may be something that Mikalis wants. He may not want France to get damaged too quickly.
the downside is that it may be less motivation for Ed now to support Sweden. Because Ed may say, you know what, yeah.
Risk being too clever by half, basically, yeah. I'm with you.
But he does. But Ed does it anyway. which didn't matter because Bradley saw the writing on the wall and covered St. Petersburg here. But this is much more aggressive, right? We have now we're supporting Loar into Burgundy. Ed is putting a fleet in Picardy because I guess putting a fleet in Picardy is what you want to do here. I mean, I guess I understand tactically why he did this. It's a suboptimal position, but I guess it makes sense tactically why you wouldn't, do it a different way. Move. He doesn't want to risk pushing Belgium into Picardy and North getting bounced out of Belgium, I guess. Though Holland could have supported North to Belgium here, so
I actually think this is fine for now. It's not what you want long term, but I mean, because they're going to have 3 on Belgium. Presumably, we're getting an army build from Paris or Marseille, so it'll have to Burgundy will have to wait a second. But we're going to have another fleet coming in from the English. So,
yep. In the east, the RT is starting their rolling with takeout of Serbia. I think Justin is just making a strategic mistake here by going with the RT. I think he really needs to be working with the with Austria here to slow this down and to try to change the power dynamic. But we shall see.
It does make you wonder what negotiations between Justin and Emily were like. I mean,
yeah, maybe they were just so difficult. Yeah, maybe they were just so difficult they couldn't figure it out.
I mean, it's unusual for Italy to attack Austria nonstop for the first 2 years and only be at 4 units.
It's interesting to see Warsaw go to Silesia, not Galicia, but it does make some sense given that he needs to put something against the EG.
Yeah, and he's getting a build here as well.
Arguably, though, maybe you don't want to be in Silesia because if you're trying to disrupt the EG, you don't necessarily do that by forcing Germany to kind of keep their units on you.
I mean, he's building Warsaw, could go to Prussia here or to Galicia. It's interesting question for him.
Yeah.
So we did get the Warsaw builds. All armies across the board. Well, fleets from Italy and England. Thoughts? Surprises?
Nope, no surprises. Question for me in the north, who gets St. Petersburg? It should be Ed, probably. But yeah, it's an EG. They're rolling. They disguised it for a year and then sprang it.
So EG versus RT, yeah?
Well, but the question is, how does Italy fit into the picture in the East?
I think Italy gets used for a turn or two and then crushed by the RT is probably what happens.
Probably. So yeah, question for me here was going to be, can Ed keep Picardy from getting blown up? And he does. For some reason, we don't have Mikalis supporting the attack on Burgundy. Why? He didn't have. I guess there were 3 units on Munich, so conceivably Burgundy, but Burgundy would have had to have been the mover. That was just
But why does Munich support Bohemia to Tyrolia?
Yeah, I'm guessing to I don't know, to get it out of there. This looks like fairly this looks like coordination between Russia and Germany here. The only curiosity is that Mikalis brings Holland to Kiel, probably worried about facing 4 units on Munich. A little bit conservative here by Mikalis. It's interesting to see if that is cagey or if that will sort of make it difficult to continue forward with the alliance with Ed. Probably not. Ed is so fully committed against Jamal at this point. Ed's not turning the ship around anytime soon.
Bradley gets a really good guess here with covering Livonia, bouncing back to St. Petersburg here, and protecting that for the fall. Sweden, because Sweden didn't go to Bothnia.
Yeah, another curiosity for Mikalis.
Well, I think it's another balancing play. If he goes to Bothnia, he probably has to support Ed into St. Petersburg in the fall. If he doesn't go to Bothnia, then so it goes.
But again, right, it's another sort of question for Ed to start pondering, right? Like, why is Mikalis slow playing things, and is it? Am I going to get tired of it? And is Justin gonna hold on to Greece and take Tunis? No,
but he's going to get Trieste.
He gets Trieste. Okay, so he still gets a build. And is it being
Trieste and Tunis?
But he loses Greece. So
he does lose Greece.
This is actually really good for Justin here, because not only does he get he gets the 1 build by getting Trieste and Tunis. He gives Greece to Turkey, but Turkey also pulls the fleet back into Khan. So we're setting up for an IT. This may be a recoverable position for Justin. So perhaps well done.
Really, really good on Justin's part, and probably Conrad's too. I mean, Conrad was looking at being the junior partner potentially, at least for a little while in an RT. No, I really, really like this. They both have a lot of growth potential, and they've got an EG they have to worry about, right? And Russia, for Turkey, Russia's not a great partner against the EG. Russia's better as a source of dots that you can then try to fight the EG with another partner like Italy. So we have Ed taking Mid-Atlantic here, and we have Mikalis. Does Mikalis continue to do slow play things? He just supports hold Belgium here. So I think the EG prioritized taking Mid-Atlantic than over getting some fleet position or army position in the center. And do we say goodbye to Emily already? No, survives in Serbia.
Not quite.
Serbia.
Not quite.
Or could be Tyrolia if she pulls Serbia now.
Yep. But so everyone in the East gets a build, right? Yep. IRT. All of them get a build.
Mm-hmm.
Second consecutive game with an IRT. Fascinating.
I love an IRT, honestly, when it works.
Hey, real quick, what do we make of Jamal's retreat to West rather than Portugal or Spain?
I think it's too clever. I think it's too clever by half, but that might just be me.
I kind of love it.
I think it's too clever.
But I mean,
okay.
Portugal's now a walk. Like, what's the
point?
Here? Is he?
Yeah. What's the benefit?
Maybe it's a play to try to convince Ed to do an EF. Maybe Jamal's also noticed Mikalis's slow playing, and
all right. So if it's too clever by half, what would you have done differently, Adam?
Well, I think you probably retreat to probably Spain, South Coast here.
Okay.
England's not building here, right? So you're probably not too worried about a convoy to Gascony or something. So I think probably Spain, South Coast here is.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the position,
it at least creates more tactical uncertainty. I mean, to the point that Brandon's making, I think doesn't this trying to convince England of an EF doesn't creating uncertainty increase your ability to negotiate rather than there being certainty right here, which is Mao to Portugal, English Channel supports NAO to MAO, and then you're off to the races. So
no, the offer here would be take Portugal. I'll disband Brest. I'll use my West Med army fleet will be a Janissary for it. It's like an early Janissary play.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, let's find out. And we're back to Adam, I think.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I think this is what I was just. These are the moves I was just saying, right? So he went to Portugal and supported himself to Mid-Atlantic, which I think makes a lot of sense. Mikalis, I guess, not being that interested in taking centers here, supports England into Burgundy. Maybe they'll get Belgium for the deal instead of going to Burgundy themselves. I'm assuming the deal must be for Mikalis to get Belgium right here. While Ed takes St. Petersburg, Bradley is now defending himself against the IT. Conrad guesses correctly and gets into both Black Sea and Armenia. This is a, great for Conrad, terrible for Bradley. And they continue to use the Austrian as a janissary. I think Jamal must have thought he struck some kind of a deal with Ed here because he goes to Piedmont instead of just protecting Burgundy or doing something else with those armies.
I think one of the things that surprises me here is Bradley moving on Justin. So Bohemia to Tyrolia.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, wouldn't you want your units, going to protect against, to slow down Germany or Turkey?
Right? I don't know, actually, right? Because he's got England with a fleet in St. Petersburg. So, okay, you've lost St. Pete to a fleet. That's no problem, right? I mean, yes, I'm worried about the army in Silesia, but it's one army against me. I pulled St. Petersburg down to Moscow so I can cover Warsaw from there. So I think the play here is to make sure I'm not getting creamed in the north and getting IT'd in the south. Now I can make a pitch to Conrad saying, like, okay, I mean, you've got a better position on me, but is this really the most sensible thing to do? Because I'm going to, because we have a play against Italy here. Right. And maybe you need me, and maybe you need me in the north to balance the EG.
It's a reasonable argument. Kudos to Conrad for guessing right, getting Black and an army in Armenia.
But I think it gives Bradley a stronger pitch actually than if he just withdraws to a defensive position.
Yeah, it's similar to the flip side. Although he has a more bargaining position than Jamal does. Yeah, I see your argument. Makes sense.
All right. Well, speaking of, let's go through to fall.
I think it's you, Brandon.
Yep.
Yeah. So I kind of wondered if we would see Trieste to Venice with support from Tyrolia. We do not. And the net result of that is that Bradley does not gain a dot off of Justin. Justin does a nice job here. Actually manages to hold on to Trieste and gets a dot anyway out of Greece here. Presumably this is agreed upon. I don't know. It'd be interesting to know. Hear the thoughts about that negotiation. But so Justin picks up the dot that results from Emily exiting the game. Emily, thank you for playing. And Justin's very viable here. Fascinating to see how this goes forward. In the West, we have the culmination of the EG's anti-France strategy here in the end of fall 1904. Ed Sullivan in England has taken both Iberian centers. This is a powerful position for an England to be in. Very, very powerful position. He's only getting one build from it because Mikalis took Belgium there, surely by agreement. But
I think it's also important to point out that Ed walked out of St. Petersburg, right? Because he didn't need the second build, and it's more important that he's not forcing Bradley to disband in the south. Bradley disbanding in the south while he's sitting in St. Petersburg does nothing for him. He can take that dot later if he needs it. So that's a really, really smart play by Ed.
Very good call out.
And what Ed needs now is to clean up the French centers. He's got plenty to do, doesn't need to grow too quickly here. But that said, he is quickly gaining a position that is very strong, and Mikalis does need to keep an eye on that.
And look where Mikalis's fleets are. Yeah. They're pretty far from Ed.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So Ed should be building a fleet here. Tries to build 2.
Oh.
I wonder if Ed wanted to build an army and went into the Backstabber sandbox and figured out that if he put both of these builds and claimed that he thought he had both of them, that this is...
Oh, no.
You are giving Ed way too much credit. I think Ed just screwed up.
Ed is my favorite commentator on DBN, and I will hear no slander.
That's right.
Look, it's worth saying that an army London is much better in the long run than a fleet Liverpool, because what Ed doesn't want to do, he doesn't want to send fleets into the south and get overcommitted there. He wants to keep his units in the north. If he could end up with the French centers and then even just get a couple off of Mikalis, he wins.
You know, there's a reasonable argument in a game like this that a fleet-heavy England is actually the way you want to go. Not you know, I think if you're playing the really long game where you're actually trying to go for 18 or 16 or, you know, you need the armies to do that as England. But really, most of the centers that you need to top a board like this can be accessed by fleets and can be protected by fleets. So
yes.
I think
if you can build them and deploy them in the north,
right.
If the alliance structure forces you to deploy them in the south, then no. Then they're in the wrong place. Yep.
Agreed.
So that fleet Liverpool, if he was forced to now push fleets to the south, he's in trouble. So that's why I think
I fully agree with you, Brandon, that, you know, fleet London here might have been okay. Fleet Liverpool is definitely kind of swinging the wrong way.
Yep.
Totally agree.
Yeah. All right. Well, speaking of, I believe we're back to you, Brandon.
All right. We just looking at the EG tactics here.
It's great. Beautiful forward retreat. Love the forward retreat.
Love it. This is for anyone who wonders why the Germans are attacking their alliance partner. It is precisely for this reason. These tactics are designed so that Ed either gets Marseille or has an open retreat to Paris. One of those is guaranteed here. That said, I mean, Mikalis is going to wonder, you know, when he gets the next dot, and that'll be a question for them going forward. But Ed also, you know, had the pincer around Brest, which meant that he either gets Picardy or Mid-Atlantic, and either one would be great. Yeah, this is just moving forward from the EG, and Jamal really doesn't have any recovery here.
No.
No. Elsewhere we have so now Mikalis is finally in Burgundy, right? Finally in Burgundy, but it's now after his alliance partner Ed has 2 armies in the French centers. This just gives him less leverage over the centers. He can regain that through negotiation, but it's not the facts on the ground. All right, in the south we have a rare power of 5 attack.
Yeah, 4 supports, 1 attack.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's power 4, so it's 3 supports with the 1 unit, right? Or
even Bulgaria is supporting.
Bulgaria is doing it as well.
Why is Bulgaria doing
4
it?
supports plus the attacker.
All right, so this is an IRT coordinated move. They've all gotten on the same page now, and that page was to have Turkey in Greece, and other than getting the Italian fleet out of the way. I mean, it's 5 against 0, we should say, right? Like, it's not even 5 on 1.
Yeah.
That is just a strange.
Conrad, I have said this on my most recent broadcast to various different people. What did you do to get them to do this to you? And teach me so that I may never do this to them.
I am wondering if this is some kind of setup to do something to Justin in the fall, because what negotiations would this was IT selling Bradley? They were stabbing and not stabbing. Okay, sure. Okay, fine.
All right.
Or is it clever defensive positioning by Conrad? I don't know.
All right.
There's really no good reason to vacate Greece here, right? So that just smells like coordination.
It's good for Conrad. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm wondering. This is a better position for Conrad, and kind of.
Oh, I think it's so smart for Conrad.
Yeah. So I mean, it's not a terrible position for Justin either, but it's just better for Conrad, which makes me wonder if there's something funky happening. Also, Black Sea holding is kind of weird here, but maybe yeah.
So what happens next for the IRT? Big question, especially with EG now basically ending France.
What happens for the RRT, Brandan?
What has happened? Nothing.
Yep.
This is all kabuki theater, right? Like,
yes. Yeah, it certainly feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, the only thing of consequence that happens is Mikalis getting Munich into Tyrolia, which is not unimportant. Like Mikalis now is in position to make some mischief in the east and potentially throw off the balance of power there. But Justin is staying in Tyrrhenian Sea, probably a little bit worried about inviting Ed in. So there's just a whole lot of nothing going on in the east. In the west, we have Mikalis getting into Paris with support from Jamal, and Picardy getting into Brest. This is probably Jamal just hastening his exit. Maybe one last hope of trying to throw off the balance between the EG, but that just feels unlikely.
I think Ed is probably really upset that Ed probably thought he had a really good shot to pick up 2 here with Mikalis not building, putting him in a really, really strong position in the north. Now they're both building. It creates a lot more pressure for Ed to commit one way or the other at this point. I don't think he wants to.
Oh, you're right. So Spain South Coast is supporting Burgundy into Marseille, and that doesn't happen. So
yeah. So I think Ed is not happy with this setup with the outcome.
Yeah. And if that had happened, then Jamal would have been eliminated, and Ed would have gotten 2 and Mikalis 1. Okay, so let's see. Does Mikalis put down a fleet?
I doubt it. No, Army Munich, yeah.
Yeah. We do get the Army London, however. So Army Fleet London. So that is an easy response from Ed to, what may have been a lack of follow through on Mikalis's part. That's not unimportant, right? Because that fleet is now positioned to go into north rather than Irish Sea or North Atlantic. So moment of truth arriving here for the EG.
So if you're Ed in this position, I mean,
yeah,
what are you doing, Brandan?
Love that answer.
That's why I asked you before you could ask me.
Goodness. The problem is London, it could have gone, if you had built an Eddie, you could have gone to Norwegian. I mean, I think like it's early to make a move. Mikalis is not committed east enough to make him that vulnerable. So I would probably look to, I'd probably figure something out over Marseille and see if you can delay the decision point in the west for another year. See if you can get Mikalis to send more units east. That's what I would do, without having yourself to commit too many units south.
All right. Well, speaking of Adam, I believe it's your year.
All right. A whole lot of nothing is happening in the east. This all looks like theater, and there is nothing happening. There's supports, and there's just maybe somebody's expecting, maybe Bradley is expecting Romania to get a support into Bulgaria or something like that, but there is just nothing interesting happening there. But Ed is now committing south. He's now in Leon. He's in Spain, South Coast. He's in Gascony.
It's not a full commitment. It's all defensible to take Marseille and nothing else.
No, correct. I agree with that, but
you've got Baltic going to Denmark here. There is
look how far those fleets are now from being able to do anything about Mikalis, though.
Yep.
Right.
For now.
Yeah.
So you don't want. So Ed's goal here is to not have Mid-Atlantic have to go south.
Yeah, and I think you really want to take Marseille with Leon, not Spain.
Yes.
Or you take it with Gascony, maybe, but yeah, you take it with Gascony. Oh, here we go, Western Med.
Okay, so now we do have a commitment south by Ed. They have the arranged bounces in the North Sea and Sweden. This has given Mikalis the freedom to start moving more units to the east. Yeah, I don't love it. I think, in fact, if you're going to do this, I think I would rather have gone Leone to west and Mid-Atlantic to North Africa. You need to, if you're going to commit to the south, you have to get something out of it quickly. So elsewhere in the east, we have Italy not getting a build, taking Romania but losing Trieste with help from Mikalis, and Justin moves a couple fleets to the west to shore that up, and that's about it. So the net result here is that Russia is going to get a rebuild.
Yeah, I think if you're, I think you're not that happy with this. If you're the EG, if you know that Russia's getting a build here, you probably won't take St. Pete so that they don't.
I mean, he's probably building in Warsaw. I mean, we're at a sort of the game is reaching a sort of tinderbox point where the East is totally stagnated. The West is now resolved and getting in position to reap the rewards of any movement in the East. So it's really going to be a question of like who can gain anything anywhere. Is it Ed somehow getting one off of Italy, which feels unlikely right now? Is it Mikalis taking something off of Bradley and popping the balloon there? Is it the two of them working out something over St. Petersburg? It's a powder keg because like nothing can happen until something happens, and then once something happens, everything can happen.
Yeah, no, I think that's right.
All right. Do we see anything in the builds or?
Yeah, I mean, you got Army St. Pete. That's not what you want if you're EG. I mean, it doesn't hold, but it's still not the unit you want to see, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because now
yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Fleet Liverpool,
yeah.
It can't really be useful in the south, except to like support something into North Africa. This is the only really cool thing I can say about Ed's position right now is that he has two armies in the French center. Like that's unusual for an England, and that is something that could eventually.
He's got limited options here. Yeah, he's got okay. Yeah, I guess if you're Mikalis, you'd rather see St. Petersburg than Warsaw, so that's fair.
If you want to move on England, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think what Mikalis is saying is right. I think if you want to have more flexibility, you certainly don't want Russia in Warsaw. That's right.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. I believe we're back to Brandan.
All right. So Mikalis is looking to take one off of Russia here. He's in Vienna. Be a question of whether he stays there or not because he's not needed for part of the attack on Italy. Italy is just moving units back to try to thwart Ed. So Ed is definitely in danger of getting stuck. He's helping Germany into Piedmont here, which helps Germany get in position to do stuff in the east, but also moves those units away from Ed. So it does feel like Ed's only path forward here is going to be through Mikalis, and he needs to pick his moment. Mikalis, if he gets something in the east here, and this is actually the kind of dot that won't throw things out of balance in the east because it just takes a useless unit away from Italy. But the question will be what Mikalis builds and whether anyone else on the board is unhappy with him building it.
Wondering why Aegean didn't go to Ionian. Probably just mistake. Yeah.
I think the two of them are. Yeah, I guess they do need it, don't they?
Oh yeah.
Oh dear. Oh right. So now Ed can guarantee Tunis. Oh.
Yep.
I mean, he'll lose. He has to lose west to do it, but interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we look at the position that had to be a miscommunication.
Yeah, you would think so.
Of some kind.
It's bad. I mean, it's no good for Conrad at this point to see England advancing into Tunis. That's no good for Conrad either. No. So this has to have been a mistake.
But that said, if a way forward here for Conrad is for EG to advance enough that Italy and Russia are hampered, and Conrad's able to grow a little bit, and then EG start fighting inconclusively. That would give Conrad a path to the top here. Okay, so Ed manages to take Tunis without losing Western Mediterranean. That's good for him. Gets down into Mid-Atlantic, so things are very copacetic with the EG. And they're both growing, so why not? So they both take a dot off of the east, and no one in the east gets a dot off of anyone else. No, Russia gets one off of Italy. So Italy's going down 2 this year, and Russia's even.
All right. So right on into the winter, we're just over halfway through this.
Mikalis got Venice. Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he walked
let's
right.
go back.
He walked right in. He followed.
Oh, that's right. Piedmont, Venice.
He followed Venice to Trieste. So.
The fact that Conrad,
I saw this comment and didn't even.
The fact that Conrad hasn't gained anything out of the EG taking dots off of Italy and Russia has to be really frustrating for him.
Oh, he's so frustrated.
All right, but now again, we are at a point where, where Ed has to wonder, like, how this works for him. What is the win path for him? Mikalis has the tiebreaker advantage. He's now up by 1 center, so he's really up by 2. Ed is in danger of being so committed in the South. So if I'm Ed, I'm probably asking for, say, Paris or. It may be, you may not have planned to get it, but it now makes you look much, much more dangerous. And Bradley Grace is still viable. So Bradley is a potential partner for Ed in holding Mikalis back. And actually, this might be an argument for Ed not doing anything just yet, letting Mikalis get a little bit bigger, but laying the groundwork with Bradley for, what happens next.
They have time.
Plenty.
All right, so Mikalis with 2 builds opts to wave 1. And Ed puts down another fleet Liverpool. We got disbands in Trieste and Albania. Anything surprising to either of you?
I think Trieste is a little surprising, actually. Might have thought, I might have thought Serbia would stay in Trieste, so you have something closer to your homeland to ensure that Mikalis doesn't. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that it matters that much.
I don't think it does. I think it's first of all, his number 1 priority is FU Ed Sullivan.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's right.
And at least in Serbia, he can, help Turkey against Budapest. I mean, against Russia. Yeah.
I do think Mikalis's choice to waive one of the builds here is very smart.
Yep.
Especially if it was unexpected, but
yeah. So speaking of Adam, we are back to you.
Okay, continued bounces up in the north by Mikalis and Ed. Ed is filling in the gaps. Gets to Western Med here. More bounces and just kind of armies just kind of bouncing with Mikalis, which I think is good for Mikalis. I don't think it's good for Ed. Because Mikalis continues to advance. They're in Trieste, which was not really contested because the I and T are busy making feudal attacks against Bradley here.
Yeah, it's Ed. Ed needs to be thinking about his path forward here right now. And the sands in the hourglass are starting to run low. And the centers that are available to him that will help him win this game are Belgium and Holland. And he needs to have, and Paris, and he needs to have units in place when the time comes. So it's not quite there yet, but we're getting close. So he needs to be thinking right now about how to get how to have the units be where he can move them into position quickly, have Bradley Grace in position to also help him. And Bradley needs to be viable. Bradley's not going to tank Mikalis's game just to help Ed win, presumably. So, wow.
Oof. All right, talk us through it.
Is it me?
Yeah. I think, or is it still Adam? Or
I'll go ahead. I'll go. That's fine. I think the interesting thing here is I mean, NAO to NR to Norwegian is interesting, but I think the oof was probably more about Mikalis now owning all 3 Austrian home centers and being in Galicia. Goodness gracious, that is a strong position, especially when the rest of the board is fighting in the way they are. Not only that, but he's in Venice and Apulia. Turkey just stabs. Well, I don't know that this is a stab. I mean, Turkey takes Serbia, which I think wasn't really doing a whole lot anyway. So, but is seeming to pull off of Russia here because they realize that attack is just not going anywhere. But man, this is a strong German position.
Mikalis has done something extremely smart here, and it speaks to what we were just talking about, which is that Bradley is sort of a key component of an Ed Sullivan victory path strategy here, and so Mikalis is removing that as an option. It's very hard to see a path forward for the win here for anyone else but Mikalis. I think it's Bradley helping, being mad and trying to help against Mikalis, working with Conrad, who's done the smart thing here and just taken Serbia. Maybe Conrad and Bradley can team together in the East and work against Mikalis. The one good thing I can say about this for Ed Sullivan is that there's now no ambiguity about what he needs to do.
Except Mikalis puts down 3 right now.
Yeah, Mikalis has made a power move to take control of this game, and so there's no question now of whether Ed needs to continue to work with him or not.
Apparently, from behind the scenes, and I don't know what the result was, is that a draw vote was held at this point in the game.
And the outcome was?
Let me get back over there.
It would have been in spring, or
yeah, they've got to do adjustments first, right? So.
There could have been a vote that failed in fall of 08.
Yeah,
they could have been in the middle of the fall.
Certainly makes sense. The fleet and 2 armies for Germany certainly makes sense.
Gosh, see, Ed is overcommitted in the South. This is exactly what.
Yeah, he got. I mean,
exactly what he needed.
And it takes so long to flow those fleets back up because your only flow point is mid-Atlantic, so only one can move at a time.
Did Justin disband?
He disbanded Ionian. He disbanded Ionian because again, it's still a big. I'm gonna cause problems for you, Ed, at all costs.
Yep.
Okay. So the vote is now. Do we have spring 09 orders?
And we shall find out.
Yeah,
we do. We're back to Adam. I think Brandan did the last season.
Yeah, and I'm guessing it's probably Conrad who's going to vote this down, right? Because Conrad is probably the person in the backside of the board that has some possibility of gaining, right?
Well, why in God's name is Conrad hitting Bradley here?
That I don't understand.
Oh no, he's not. Sorry, Sevastopol supports the move. So this is all about positioning. So Romania will almost certainly Bradley or either Bradley or Conrad will should get into Bulgaria here, I think. Although it might be harder with Serbia having gone back now.
So this is quite clearly at this point everybody against Mikalis.
Yeah.
And the moves reflect that. Norwegian goes down to the North Sea. I'm wondering why Norwegian goes down rather than London going to the North Sea, or even London going to the Channel with Norway supporting it down is kind of surprising to me here.
It's well, I think it's a little conservative.
There's no reason to double support it. So why does London?
Sweden could have tapped Norway here. That's the only thing I can think. It's just conservative, and. Yeah, but this way, but I mean, it's good to guarantee getting into Norwegian or getting into North here because now you can go to Skagerrak and London can go into.
But why move out of Norwegian? Well, I guess it doesn't matter. It's 6 one way, half a dozen the other. I guess.
Yeah.
You stay in London so you can go to the Channel or something.
Yeah, I think Mid-Atlantic will go to English Channel here. No, yeah, London can go to the North Sea with support from Norway, and North can go to Helgoland or Skagerrak, or get supported in. probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's lots here. There's time here. I mean, we've got another 4 years after this. The problem
Potentially, yeah.
The problem is that there's just a lot in the south that needs to happen. I'm presuming Ionion's going to go to Adriatic here, and you've also got Marseille and Brest to worry about as well. So things are very spread out. There's a dynamic tactical moment.
So speaking of that, I'm loving the YouTube bantering back and forth. Tell me what you see.
All right, so Ed continues to try to advance his fleets back up north. He goes to the English Channel. He goes up to Mao. He covers Marseille. He covers Brest.
Oh,
protects the North Sea. Okay, I haven't seen it yet, whatever that is. So let's see. What is Brandan so surprised by? Serbia. So Budapest is lost, and Conrad is now back up in Serbia. So what are you seeing as so
the
dramatic?
North, Scandinavia.
Oh, Norway walks into Sweden. Holy moly, I missed that. That is tremendous.
Huge.
Okay, that is a huge deal.
Huge.
Okay. Wow.
Just enormous. It's enormous for a number of reasons. One, it's a build for Ed, it's a disband for Mikalis, but it also quarantines that fleet. That fleet is now in Finland. I mean, Denmark could support it back, I suppose. Although North could, tap Denmark, Norway could, Sweden could go to. I mean, you don't want Sweden to go back to Denmark. You want it to be able to retreat to Baltic or something like that. But Ed's getting a build, and we can put down a fleet. And, oh no, it's great. It's so good. This game.
I heard Brandan do the gasp, and my eyes darted all over the board, being like, "What is he looking at?"
My eyes didn't go. I was focused on all these arrows in the east. I didn't see it. So
you were talking about other things.
Very cool.
Yeah. Wow.
Good.
So, resulting in the winter, Ed in England going up 1, Mikalis in Germany going down 1, and Conrad in Turkey going up 1.
So Ed actually has a new problem here, which is that his fleet in the Adriatic, it's not really needed anymore. And
he wants to get rid of it.
It's stuck there. So, and Tunis is now lost, right? And he's also potentially going to have to worry about, Spain and stuff. Like things have just turned so quickly now, more quickly than I think anyone would have expected on this board. But Ed has what he wanted, which is his units in the north now positioned to take German centers. So that's the thing that matters.
And answer is fleet in Edinburgh for Ed, disband in Trieste for Mikalis' Germany, and army Smyrna for Conrad in Turkey. Thoughts, comments, snide remarks?
Let's go.
Yeah, Conrad is. This is a lot of things could happen here. The two most straightforward are that Ed wins the north, picks up Denmark, Holland, and Belgium, and maybe Paris, and then wins. Basically, that would get him up to 13. The other is that Conrad cleans up in the east, which is very possible, and Conrad can get up to like 14.
I love this position for Conrad, honestly. I know that I spent the last game talking about how I hate a patient Turkey game. I'm not good at it, but I can appreciate it.
Yeah. Justin Loar could get a build this year.
Mm-hmm.
Tunis.
Oh, Justin, let's see what you got. All right, I believe we're back to Adam.
Right, but why not let your ally, who's in contention, take Tunis? Right.
Oh my God.
The problem here is that now there's a Russian fleet in the Black Sea, which isn't ideal for Conrad. But on the other hand, maybe they are still coordinating. Maybe. What else is happening? Okay, so Mikalis does support Finland back to Sweden. So Sweden's going to get to a retreat to the Baltic Sea, which is particularly exciting because it gets a free walk into Berlin in the fall because Silesia manages to get into Denmark. So that's kind of exciting. This is really fascinating.
Yeah, I think I don't know what Silesia's doing going to Warsaw here.
That's a great question.
I just don't. I think you want to be protecting your home centers here.
Well, I don't think there was an expectation. I assume Mikalis was not expecting to get into Warsaw.
Yeah,
but if the question is, if you're not wanting to get into Warsaw, why are you even moving there, right?
Yeah, totally. I just think that Mikalis's path back in here is to prevent Ed from taking as much as possible. Let the centers in the east go, and find another partner that has something to gain by working.
So Ed should keep Norway and Sweden here. He can't take Denmark. He really can't take anything new here. He's going to go down one, and
He's going to get Berlin.
He's going to get Berlin, but but he's not going to build because he's going to be. Isn't he going to down one somewhere? He's down Tunis.
He can take Belgium. He would. Yeah,
he risks Brest though.
Yeah. I think if I'm Ed Spring, I would have pulled Marseille back to Spain and pulled Piedmont back to Marseille. Just try to consolidate, because the Italians, like the Venice center, doesn't. You're just not going to get it.
Yes. Let's see what does happen.
So Ed prioritizes Belgium, loses Brest, which actually is fine.
He gets Venice though.
He does get Venice. So strike what I just said. He gets Venice, gets Berlin, so he's up 3, down 3, I believe. So even. But he has a fleet in Venice,
But he loses Sweden. That's right. He couldn't take Berlin and guarantee Sweden here.
Yeah. And he couldn't guarantee Sweden anyway without risking North.
Without losing the North Sea. Well, he could have if he didn't prioritize Belgium. If he just moved Picardy to Brest, he can go north into Denmark, and English covers the North Sea, which I think may be stronger here. But
no, I disagree actually, because this way Germany is getting his units spread out. So like Brest is easily retakeable. You can now start hammering into the center.
Yeah.
It's
funny to see that that Russia does not try to retake Warsaw. Instead, they attack Romania here.
Which had a Turkish dot?
Yeah, exactly. Turkey had to retreat to Serbia.
Okay, yeah. So Russia,
Italy's down to 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Mikalis ended up picking up one here.
Overall, in the great shake of things, lost 3, gained 4.
That's hilarious. That's very funny.
So we get Fleet Ankara from Conrad in Turkey, Army Kiel from Mikalis in Germany, and Justin has opted to disband the fleet in Tyrrhenian Sea.
Yep.
Oh, because he retreated to Rome. Mikalis retreated to Rome. That was the issue. And so Justin, who should have gotten a build that year, actually lost one. But he's still on the FU Ed Sullivan train, so kudos to him for that.
Haven't we all been on that train once or twice?
So Mikalis
Love you, Ed.
Mikalis still has the numerical advantage. Position isn't great, but there's a lot of tactics here.
2 years. 2 years.
3 full years. And
3 full years.
3 years.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, 3 years.
And in a tactical battle between Mikalis and Ed Sullivan, you're going to go with Mikalis. So
I'm excited, though.
I guess the question is...
Hey, Brandan said it, not me, Ed.
But
I believe in you, Ed.
My question is, in a tactical battle between Mikalis and Ed Sullivan, do you go with Conrad?
See, no, Conrad's that kind of quiet Turkish power in the corner that I'm like, could he come out of this?
He could, and he has the tiebreaker advantage over both of them. Mikalis' problem.
Oh, the tiebreaker.
But Mikalis' problem is that he is fighting Brad Grace. If he and Brad were working together, Conrad would have a great chance in this game.
Yeah.
Oh, well, speaking of Conrad's chances, Adam, tell me all about them.
Well, not in this case, right? This is not a good battle for Conrad, especially with Mikalis continuing to press into Vienna and Bradley just not caring that Mikalis is taking his home center. So that's bad news for Conrad. Good news for Mikalis. I don't think there's a whole lot of other things that are interesting other than Ed taking Denmark while risking the North Sea, leaving it unoccupied. A Holland move to the North Sea there would have been very exciting for Mikalis, but alas, it did not happen.
It also disbands Berlin rather than retreating to Prussia, and can't say I understand that.
Why retreat? Why disband there? Does he think he's going to get a rebuild? Yeah, it's a spring turn. I mean, you can always pull it next if you're down.
Yeah, and Prussia could have tapped Baltic here.
Baltic, yeah, forces. Yeah.
I don't get that.
All right, we'll continue on through the fall, Adam.
Okay. Yeah, so here Ed takes St. Petersburg. They walk out of Denmark to cover the North Sea, but he loses Belgium, gains I mean, the centers are just changing hands all over the place. He gets Trieste, loses Venice. I can't even keep track of who owns what anymore in this board. Vienna to Budapest is interesting, rather than going to Trieste. That's really interesting here. But Conrad and Bradley are just fighting this feudal battle.
Yeah, and Mikalis and Ed are both taking dots off of Brad, who's potentially holding Turkey back. I mean, I guess they're just calculating that there's not enough
time,
not enough runway left. I don't understand the move to Western Med here. I guess. I mean, why not Spain to West and Mid-Atlantic to North Africa? I don't.
Oh, it doesn't make any sense. And Spain just went to Mid-Atlantic. That must be just maybe a time mistake or something like that.
Yeah, maybe. Hilariously, though, Loane could have slipped into Spain here, and Justin could have taken his FU Ed Sullivan tour. Could have kept it going. But yeah, I think Mikalis is a net gainer here. Yeah.
I can't. Let's see the count. This is very hard.
Yeah,
he's plus 2.
Mikalis has just won this game. There's no.
Mikalis has won this game.
Yeah.
There's no coming back from this for anyone else, is there?
I mean, I don't know that Ed's taking a draw here, but
no, you play it out. I mean, Conrad in theory could, because Conrad has the tiebreaker, so he only needs to pick up 4, and there are 4 dots down there that he could pick up.
That's that's it.
Oh, sorry, I pushed through, ready to go, and
fine.
They've called the game.
Fine, defending champ Mikalis Kamaritis. Has a defending
back on the top board.
Has a defending champ made the final the next year? I'm not sure if that's happened. This might be the first time.
We're gonna need to get crowns for Queen and King and Regal Diplomats of the Year.
Yeah. So Mikalis has said that he and Ed were coordinating, which means that Ed had given up, which is unfortunate. But yeah, congratulations to Mikalis Kamaritis. That is
well won, well done, very exciting game.
Yeah, so Mikalis and Ed, they formed this partnership. First of all, let's just note that it is difficult for Germany to run an EG. Typically, England has the advantage in an EG because for Germany to grow, they have to move their units away from England. And England doesn't have to do that, but they can. And in this case, they did. Mikalis did a phenomenal job of getting Ed to move and commit to the south. Not so that not so that Mikalis could stab Ed, but so that Ed couldn't stab Mikalis. And then Mikalis picked up dots in the east and got big enough. And then Ed, once the tide turned, Ed was not able to translate any of his either tactical or strategic advantage into the victory. The rest of the board was not conducive enough to really put up the right kind of resistance to Mikalis.
Yeah. Adam, any last thoughts before we move on to getting into our last board?
No, I mean, I don't know the last time I saw a position like this with Germany, I think, has centers of 5 different powers here. Is that right?
Love it. Italy, France,
everybody but Turkey,
Russia,
and England. Everybody but
Austria,
Turkey and that's pretty cool. So, it just goes to show that there's no one way to win and get a lot of centers here, right? The idea that you can't be spread out and and win, I mean, here you go. So great job, Mikalis.
And the thing to note too is that I think Mikalis took centers off of Turkey and England. So
that's right.
Either occupied home centers.
At one point, he owned centers from every power on the board.
That's right.
All right. Yeah. Well, on that note, we're going to just push it right through into the round 3 board. So real quick, we're going to talk about the players on the map, and then we'll go into the selection. So before we see Paris selection and where they all wound up, Adam, first thoughts.
Andrew Goff, 2 or 3-time world champion, one of the best players in the world, and has won the big big time more than once. Darcy, incredible up-and-coming player from Australia. Katie has won DipCons, won other tournaments. Brandan, another up-and-coming player, amazing skills, tactical skills, negotiation skills. Patrick is a local guy for me. I played a lot of games with Patrick. He's very intense, very focused, and doesn't make a lot of mistakes. We know Peter McNamara has won DBNI, has won all kinds of stuff. Clare is, I think, probably also a newer player, if I am correct, but also has had a lot of success in Australia as well as in the virtual league. This is a very solid board. It's going to be interesting to follow, given the number of Australians on this board who might know each other a little bit better than the American players, and you know that always can shift the dynamic just by the virtue of the fact that they just have past experience, whether that's good, bad, or otherwise.
Brandon, first thoughts?
It's another board where we have 3 established bigwigs: Andrew Goff, Katie Gray, and Peter McNamara. Different dynamic, I think, between the 3 of them than on the previous board. But we also have a set of hungry up-and-coming players: Darcy Morris, Brandan Austin, Patrick Jacobson, and Clare Bradbery, all players who are looking to make a mark and are fully capable of doing it. I include Brandan Austin in that, even though he gives the chill vibe, off all the time. He keeps showing up and keeps playing tournaments and keeps doing well at them. And I think underneath the chill exterior, there is a fire there. And so this board could go any which way.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this board, and I peeped all the boards ahead of the broadcast, and this is the one that I was like, oh, this is going to be interesting. I didn't look at how the board went, what happened, but with that said,
Can you tell us about Benoit Clergeot, if I'm pronouncing that name right?
Oh, sorry, you're right. The name of the board, and again, this is a French player. I don't speak French, so Benoit Clergeot is how I'm going to go with. But he was the 9th best French player and 30th best internationally of all time, according to World Diplomacy Reference. He won 12 events while he was playing, finished 2nd or 3rd another 14 times. He joined the competitive hobby in 1990. He last played in 2021 in French virtual face-to-face after an absence of 8 years. His tournament wins were all in French events, including 2 French national championships. And Benoit also ran 2 events on the French tour in 1993 and 1996. So not a player familiar to me, but we celebrate the people who help organize in the hobby, whether it's virtual, face-to-face, anything. So thank you, Benoit. Yeah. I'm sorry we never got a chance to meet. I wasn't traveling to Europe at the time, so.
Sounds like a worthy honoree.
Exactly. So I'm going to move right on into the video of the Paris selection for this board.
And welcome everybody to the final round of the semifinals for the 2026 DBNI. These 7 players here have already tried once to make it into the final board, but they're here to die another day and go for it a second time. Everybody's wide awake and ready to go. Everybody's, I think, ready for hopefully, I think a very quick game is what it sounds like it'll be here. So let's let's hope you guys have some afternoon plans ready to go. All right. If I could get the selection board up, here we are. So we have in first pick or first order for the Paris method here is Andrew Goff. Second is Darcy Morris. Third is Katie Gray. Brandan Austin. Patrick Jacobson. Peter McNamara. And Clare Bradbery. All right. So just the quick thing for this pick is you've already played around. You'll see a previous column there. That is the country you played in your first round. You won't be able to pick that country again unless you are the last pick and you're stuck with it again. So that's how the only little rule here as we go through a pick. Otherwise, does anybody have any questions or thoughts before we get into our Paris method pick for the last round? All right. So what we'll do is we'll start with Clare being placed on the board first, being picked, and we'll turn it over to Peter to see if Peter would like to pick before or after Clare.
Oh, I'll trust in the trusty coin. Had silver fall. I'm going to pick before Clare.
Okay. I'm not sure if the result actually mattered, if he was always going to pick before, but we'll never know. Patrick, would you like to pick before Peter, after Clare?
I'll pick first.
Pick first. I like the projection. And Brandan, what about yourself?
I will also pick before Patrick.
All right. Katie?
I'll pick before Brandan, please.
All right. And Darcy?
I will also be boring, and I will also pick first.
And Andrew, anything interesting?
I will pick after Peter.
Okay, there we go. Did you have to flip a coin to make that decision? You looked pretty confident.
It was always going to be my decision, regardless of Peter's coin flip. Even if I was seventh? Yep.
All right, so we're going to start off with Darcy with his country pick first.
I will be basic, and I'm listening to Claire, and I'm going to take France.
All right, Darcy in France. Katie?
I'll take England, please.
Predicted that.
And Brandan?
I'll take Russia.
Russia. And Patrick?
All of these are kind of appealing in their own way.
It's cold embrace calls for you, Patrick.
I am not going to say Turkey, and I am going to instead pick Italy.
Turkey's cold embrace. Wait,
Peter has another coin toss. Peter.
I play my thief card and I steal France from Darcy.
Darcy, do you have a trap card in response?
No, I'm sad that Peter's stolen it from me again.
Oh well. All right, you gonna flip, Peter? Heads or tails?
Well, I've only got two choices, don't I?
Yeah, I think you should flip.
I'm going to pick Germany.
All right. Andrew.
I'll pick Turkey, thank you.
Turkey. And Claire, it looks like you are... I'll let you say it if you'd like to pick. Oh, no. Too late.
Damn.
All right, everybody. This is going to be your country matchup for the final semifinal round here. Before we head over to the table and get started, I'd like to wish you all good luck.
Oops.
Oops. All right. Let's bring us back to the stage. Sorry. We were just talking back behind the scenes. We need these videos to be a little bit longer so that we have time to stuff some food in our face and do things.
Oh, take it
whatever
easy
we need to
there,
do.
Siobhan. We're only going 3.25 hours here. This isn't like one of those 9-hour broadcasts that we.
Oh, I can linger this out if you want, Adam.
Oh no!
I'm kidding.
Let's roll.
So let's roll. So we were watching that Paris selection. We saw a lot of Aussies there. There were some jokes in the comment section about the Aussies liking to gamble. Peter McNamara flipping a coin to see if he was going to go ahead or below. Brandan, thoughts on that?
Oh, it's good theater. I think Andrew was worried probably about lingering effects from their first round game where he, made sure to take Peter out right away. And so I think he wanted to take the decision out of his hands to send a message to Peter that he didn't want to just do the same thing again. And Andrew was able to pick a power that is not anywhere near Peter. So I think that part of his mission was accomplished.
Yeah. And so this assortment of players, Adam, as you see them on the board, where they are, do you have any thoughts about who's next to who? And is it easier if I pull up the?
No, I mean, no, I know where the different countries are, so I can figure that out. But
they're not in the order that we normally look at them. That's the point.
No, I mean, the West is always super intriguing. I think I was actually a bit surprised that Katie selected England in the second position right after Darcy had picked France. Knowing Katie's tendencies in these top boards, she really enjoys playing Russia, so I really expected her to just snatch it, especially after Darcy had picked France. So to me, that was Sorry, go ahead, Brandon. That was
Russia in the first round, so she wasn't eligible to take Russia.
She wasn't eligible. Okay.
That's yeah.
That makes
yeah.
sense.
Sorry, if we put this back up.
Okay,
it's not working for some reason.
No. Yeah. I gotta remove this and then add this.
Sorry, cross purposes. Yeah, you can see.
Okay. I see. Okay. Yeah, but to snatch right into England means, number one, she's very comfortable playing England, of course, but also that she's comfortable, sharing that border with Darcy. So we'll see how that goes. And then with Peter taking Germany later on, it's going to be a cool dynamic there.
Yeah, I think so. I played on a board with both Katie and Darcy, and Darcy can be a bit chaotic, actually, and Katie doesn't like playing with players like that. And then there's also Peter McNamara, who is like a machine, right? These are two players who are not especially relational. Let's say they are more transactional. Katie is a relational player, so I think the West could be a bit messy here, or maybe could look clean for a short period and then get messy quickly. The East, wow.
It's a whole different animal.
Yeah.
Brandon Austin is the chill vibe player. I think that may suit him actually in this game.
Yeah. All right. Well, why don't we just jump right into it? I'll bring back the board. And I think this time we will start with Brandan, just because you're on the top of my list.
Yeah, so my eyes immediately drawn to Venice going to Piedmont without getting bounced. We have Munich going to Burgundy as well, but we do not have London going to the English Channel, which would have been, the classic attack on France move to start out. So that hasn't happened. So it'd be interesting to know whether Katie had, indicated that she would do that or not. In any case, that leaves Darcy with a difficult decision in fall of 1901 as far as whether to cover Marseille or not.
Mm-hmm.
Elsewhere in the we have the bounce in Burgundy, which means that Belgium is open to Katie Gray. So I think that's a gift that Katie will not pass up. As we talked about many times, that can be a poison chalice. Elsewhere, what do we have? We have Brandan opening south. We have Andrew doing his fun "you shall not pass."
That's classic Andrew.
message to Italy. So no Lepanto here, no matter what you want. One dynamic I'm curious to see about in this game is the interaction between Patrick Jacobson and Andrew Goff. Patrick is an ambitious and up-and-coming player. Andrew is an experienced player. And will Patrick want to try to get the upper hand on the big dog? Will Patrick be awed by the big dog and sort of give him too much? So that's something to keep an eye on.
All right. Well, we'll stick with you, Brandan. Talk us through the fall.
All right. We have lots of fun orders here from Andrew Goff in Turkey, having 2 units that have nothing else to do but issue quixotic orders, we'll call them, across the teleportation orders across the board. Darcy Morris guesses right on Marseille, gets the bounce, gets Spain and Portugal, and has Marseille open for the build. Katie Gray does convoy into Belgium, so we'll see if that is where her army has gone to die. Peter McNamara goes to Ruhr here, and he had a luxury of having no foreign units next to Munich. But I think if you're Darcy Morris, you don't want to see Munich going to Ruhr there. So we'll see what happens next. Presumably, we'll get an army build in Munich. We do not have a bounce in Sweden, so that is sort of the other headline here, and that means that Peter McNamara wants Brandan to possibly be useful hedge against Katie Gray.
I think the consolation for Darcy for that Munich to Ruhr move is that it was Munich to Ruhr, not Munich to Burgundy.
Yeah, fair enough.
That is a very good point, Adam.
Could have been worse.
All right, so 2 builds, all for the 3 Western powers, 2 each for Russia and Austria. I apologize, my children are home, so there may be some background noise. 1 each for Turkey and Italy. We'll just jump right into it. Adam, talk us through it.
All right, I think the build that was on my mind was what would be in St. Petersburg here, and it's an army which Katie Gray breathes a huge sigh of relief seeing that. We do get fleets in Brest and London, so we're going to be keeping our eyes on those 2. Otherwise, I think the builds are actually the Turkish build is also really interesting with the army Ankara here. Note, we were a little bit critical of that previous game that Max ended up winning around him tying himself down with the army build. Here, Andrew has a lot more flexibility because Khan can go to black, can go to AG, and before, as opposed to that previous game where the fleet was already locked up in the Black Sea. But it will be interesting to see what Andrew actually does with this. He's clearly signaling to Patrick, go ahead and go west if that's what you want to do. You don't have to worry about me.
Yeah, it's an interesting sort of new theory of Turkey that we're seeing unfolding over the course of this tournament. Maybe it's been going longer. Maybe this is Mikalis Kamaritis' advocation seeping into everyone's subconscious. But it's interesting. It gives Turkey more different sets of options, and the AIs aren't jumping on it. So let's see if that holds here.
All right. Well, let's see what happens in that. And we're to you, I believe, this turn, Adam.
Okay. Well, the sigh of relief that Katie breathed was short-lived because she now has a RG against her, with Denmark cutting the North Sea, allowing Brandan to take Norway here. Katie, interestingly, opts to retreat to Skagerrak instead of Norwegian or Barents here, which is really interesting. Elsewhere, Darcy is now pumping the armies up onto the border with Germany, moving to the English Channel, which I guess Katie foresaw. But it's not all bad because Portugal goes to Spain, not to mid-Atlantic, right? Which suggests that Darcy may be playing a little bit of both sides right here, right? He's clearly he may not be being friendly to Katie, but he's also not being super aggressive. Katie, however, does retreat Belgium to Picardy instead of removing the army, which is certainly probably not what Darcy would prefer here. Patrick doesn't really do a whole lot. He moves his fleet back out into the Ionian, but doesn't really achieve a whole lot. The bounce in Venice, I think Patrick is waiting to see what happens rather than rather than bringing himself to the game, he's kind of letting the game to come to him, which maybe is okay given those amazing Austrian moves, which are very effective and do exactly what I think Clare had in mind to accomplish. So good for her. And then Goffy's moves similarly, I think, are accomplishing exactly what he had hoped to accomplish, which is to bounce the AG in. So there we go.
What's really funny about that is like it look, it's just there's what 5 orders to the Aegean, but only 2 of them actually matter. And if Clare hadn't gone to the Aegean, then Goff would have gotten in.
Yeah.
Just doesn't look right.
It's kind of beautiful, honestly.
Also, Peter McNamara moved to Tyrolia. I forgot to mention that.
It's a curious move, and it makes me think that maybe he was expecting to bounce with somebody there.
Yeah.
And just expecting, maybe he was getting AI vibes and was worried about them coming to the line. And Darcy not going to Picardy here, like supporting himself to Burgundy, that says that he is not coordinating with Peter. And Peter going after Katie here without Darcy on side is dangerous for him. He is the kind of player who can pull it off, but yeah. Is that what you were going to say?
Well, we'll stick with you, Adam, through the fall.
Okay, well, I guess maybe Darcy is thankful for that English army in Picardy because it allows him to take Belgium here from Peter. So Katie and Darcy have found some common ground here. These fake orders make it very hard to read the map.
Yeah, same. Sorry, I didn't mean to put my cursor over here, but
Gracious. Okay. Skagerrak gets piffed, and Russia is in Norway. So I think that is I think that's going to be a -1 for Katie here, right? Yeah.
-2.
I believe so. We can take a look at.
She's gonna have to pick up. She's gonna have to pick up Picardy here.
Yeah, so it's -1 for Katie, +1 for Brandan and Darcy.
I guess the question for me is, what does Brandan Austin build? And if it's Fleet St. Pete North Coast, which is kind of what I'm expecting, that puts some interesting choices in, frankly, in Darcy's hands at this point. Does he join in that pile-on or not?
I just don't know what's going on in the South. Like, what are Clare and Andrew?
They're not doing a whole lot, though. They did manage to kick Peter out of Tyrolia, which I guess is a win.
I mean, look, these 2 players are in Australia. They got up and started this game at 5 a.m. local time. Presumably, they have a goal of maybe doing well in the game at some point.
I guess Andrew's probably saying, well, I'm playing Turkey, so it doesn't really matter what I do as long as I'm at four so centers. Yeah, I can do something.
That's what Andrew says before he wins the game.
That's
handily.
Right. I don't need to do anything until 1908. As long as I don't get knocked down below 4 centers, I'm fine. This is good.
I have watched that man win a game laying on the floor of a tournament room because his back was injured and couldn't get up and look at the board and just was remembering everything.
Great.
I have watched him win a tournament that way.
That's great.
I'm not worried about Andrew.
By the way, I also want to point out how much I hate this West Med bouncing thing with France. Did I mention that in an early game? I'm getting deja vu again, but
I feel like you mention it every time you see it. And you are absolutely correct every time you see it.
The thing I like more than that is the convoy of an army to North Africa, but we'll cross that bridge.
Oh, shout out John Jameson.
Right.
All right. So speaking of, we've got a North Coast fleet build from Brandan in Russia, Army Paris from Darcy in France, and a disband of Army Picardy. So Katie Gray's army, which originally started in Belgium, did go there to die.
Yeah. Okay.
Brandan, back to you.
All right, we do see Peter getting into the North Sea here, which was not inevitable, but it did happen, and it looks like it happened because Katie Gray thought that she might get into Holland or maybe she was trying to help Darcy get into Ruhr. In any case, Peter had the right defense for either attack, and the net result is that Katie loses North Sea. However, with no fleet in Norwegian, there's not too much threat. That may change very quickly with Brandan getting that fleet into Norway. Although with the army moving to Sweden, Brandan is also setting up for a possible move on Peter McNamara. Darcy Morris gets in the English Channel, does do the bounce in Western Mediterranean. So Darcy could slip a convoy into Wales. That does feel like a very Darcy move. But he probably is also concerned about Peter McNamara, so may just play defensive at home and sort of try to figure out what happens next. In the East, nothing happens next, except a lot of, let's call it arrow play.
It's nice that there's 4 people playing this game, though, isn't it?
The arrow play game or diplomacy? Because I think there are only 4 people playing diplomacy right now.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. In the serious, getting back to serious commentary, the thing that's interesting to me is Skagerrak holding here, and again, that might just simply be a mistake. But I'm wondering, why is it not either supporting Helgoland to the North Sea or just supporting St. Petersburg to Norway? Right. So.
Yeah, I think Brandan is doing the chill vibe thing. I'd love to see if he takes Denmark here. That would be fascinating.
So before we know more, Katie wants to chime in and say, I'm not going to mince words. This was very irritating.
All right. The answer is...
Brandan, tell us more.
Oh my God. Gracious.
Good Lord. I'm surprised I'm not trying to spell something out. I mean, it's just like a kaleidoscope. Yeah, arrow play, DBN arrow play. All right, look, the things that happen here are that Edinburgh successfully bounces Norwegian, and North didn't even support it. North supported Denmark. London was actually vulnerable to a coordinated attack between Germany and France, but that didn't happen. Darcy slips into Western Mediterranean.
I'm just gonna make my comment, to follow up on Western. While I don't like the bounce in Western Med, if you're gonna do the bounce in Western Med, don't forget to do the bounce in Western Med and support something to St. Petersburg from Tyrrhenian Sea instead.
Yeah, it supported Sevastopol to Barents.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Patrick.
Let's see. Piedmont gets into Tyrolia with Munich support. That is also a thing that happened. And now maybe something else will happen in the next year.
Maybe it will. Adam, we're back to you.
What is going on? All right. Denmark is supporting North Sea to Helgoland for some reason. I think
Denmark supports Skagerrak into the North Sea. So they're switching.
Denmark supporting Skag into the North Sea while going to Helgoland himself. Okay, fine. Darcy is not doing anything. I actually think that he was not supposed to get into Western Med because he pulls back to Spain. So the best explanation for that is that Patrick literally was supposed to bounce him and just forgot and did something cute instead because Darcy is back where he was. So nothing happens there. Clare manages to bounce Vienna, I guess. Patrick is trying to take some Austrian dots, but not successful. And I'm trying to determine, did Andrew Goff didn't even bother making the fake orders this term. He just held.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think now's the part of the game where we point out that if they draw here, Brandan Austin wins.
The way Katie would riot.
if they draw here and I don't have to keep talking about this nonsense, I mean, I'm not going to complain. I'm just going to say that.
Oh, right. No, you and I we're going to go off air. We'll have a drink together and then call it a night.
So, okay, 2 things. One, we actually have a rule in for this tournament that draw votes cannot be held before spring of 1907 because this event is made for TV and we have content to produce. But this, I will say, this game has a little bit of the feel of a broadcaster brawl, where it's sort of like.
Don't bring that up right now, Brandon.
Well, it's sort of
I'm kidding.
It's all fun and games until it gets serious. you know. And each podcast, we've had 3 of them so far, and each one has sort of taken a different amount of time to get serious. I think with ours, the very first one, we were all like joking around, and then like as soon as the game started, we were all intense about it. But I think the other ones have actually taken a little bit of time. That's kind of what this feels like to me. I do think at some point this game is going to switch, and people will get intense about it.
I do agree about that, because I remember that brawl that we played together, Brandon, and as much as I joke about my bad feelings about it, I do still love you.
Feeling is
yeah, I know, because you won.
Well, I mean, I love you.
Love you too. No, it's I agree that eventually the vibe of the fun and the stuff it's gonna swap up, and we'll find out. So I believe Adam was on this year, so I'll
Okay,
give it to Adam.
I think the big move here, the big thing this turn is to notice that Andrew Goff moved one of his units. I just want to point that out. I think this is really important. Elsewhere, Patrick continues to make moves that don't work, but to Patrick's credit, he is making moves. He does try to make an attack on Munich, which fails. Due to it having support, but Clare does support that move. Up north, now North Sea is going to Norwegian, and I guess, is that a standoff in? No. English Channel is now supporting Katie into North Sea, so Katie retakes the North Sea with Darcy's help. So that is interesting. So that is something I think pretty meaningful in a turn where not a lot happens. I think that is pretty meaningful.
And Sweden makes
something happened
for Kiel. Yeah,
Sweden makes a play for Kiel. Yeah,
but Moscow goes to Warsaw, right? So this actually could be consequential. I don't expect it to be, but it could be. It could go to Silesia. It could go to Galicia. It could go back to Moscow.
The shade at the end of this broadcast is like, it could be something consequential. I don't expect it to be. Love it.
Oh, God. All right. Does anything
Brandon,
happen?
we're back to you.
All right. A thing happened, and that is that Patrick Jacobson went to the Adriatic and followed up into the Ionian. And that means that he is in position to take a swing at Trieste, which would occupy 3 of Claire's units, which would matter if anyone else was in position to do anything on the other side of Clare, which is not happening yet. And we'll see if this induces anybody to do anything. In the north, we do have something that happens. We have a center being attacked.
I'm not sure I understand this whole idea of taking centers. It doesn't really compute in the context of
on this board.
I'm not sure I understand.
Like, that's not the meta here.
It's an innovation. It's a brand new diplomacy innovation that we have just witnessed.
I know if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be our own innovator, Katie Gray.
Katie Gray, Darcy Morris, teaming up. One issued a move and the other issued a support order, and it worked. And that means that Katie Gray has put an army into Holland.
The army went to Belgium to die. This time it went to Holland. She is learning. It went to a different place.
We have a successful bounce in Clyde, which smells arranged to me. But it wasn't arranged.
50-50 on that.
Yeah, if it wasn't arranged, it was brilliant. It just doesn't. It doesn't feel like Brandan has really wanted to attack like either of them. Oh.
Sorry, I'm sharing all the tea in the comments.
No, it's fine. Because the obvious downside to this move is that like London and Wales are just wide open for Darcy Morris to do a Darcy Morris thing.
So according to Katie in the comments, yes, it was arranged. I believe she's referencing the Clyde move.
Okay.
So talk us through the fall, Brandon. And that's a whole lot of mess.
Katie Gray is getting a build, and that is because Darcy Morris does not take London. Congratulations, Katie, for getting Darcy Morris to show some restraint. Why does Peter not retake Holland, it is because Helgoland does not participate in the attack. No, it does. I see. It's because Ruhr is tapped. Okay.
But Ruhr should have went to. Why didn't Ruhr go to Holland here?
Yeah. So if Ruhr, but you know what? North was tapping Helgoland anyway. So
Yeah, but Ruhr goes to Belgium. Helgoland goes to Holland. Keo supports Helgoland to Holland.
No.
Yes.
Denmark taps North, and the North Sea is hit, so there is a guarantee.
Yep, absolutely right. That would have done it.
That would have done it.
Conversely, yes.
I guess if I'm a player on this board and I've been playing this game like 4 hours by now, or three and a half hours by now, and that's my supply center chart. Wow. Wow.
Oh my God, that's brutal. Like,
okay. But here in the East, some stuff actually happens as well. It's not. I mean, yeah. It doesn't necessarily reduce the shall we call it constipation in the East, but it is a thing that happens, and that is that Patrick Jacobson turns away from Austria and moves into the Eastern Med, presumably setting up an attack on Turkey. However, Greece supports Constantinople into the Aegean. So we just have standing off in a different place now. And we have Brandon Austin, I think, fine to let the other three players just, constipate each other.
I'm going to wait a year or two before I ask either of you which power you would like to step into.
Please do.
So we got a complete London build from Kitty.
I was going to say whoever's eliminated first so that it can end the misery. I don't know. I mean,
sometimes that is the correct answer.
All right. So Katie builds a fleet and Peter removes Denmark.
Yeah.
All right.
Not Helgoland makes sense.
I think that makes sense.
I mean, look, Brandon is the only one with like an interesting position at the moment, and he's also in the lead. And Peter McNamara. I'm sorry. Is this? I think it's Adam's turn.
I think it's back to Adam. Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So
Holland is where English armies go to die.
Yeah, Holland is apparently where English armies go to die. So now Brandan he taps Belgium, and so this is the guarantee here. Well, I guess it's a guarantee if you're working with Russia. And North conveniently retreats to Skagerrak, not Denmark, from this position. So good for Peter. Darcy is now in the NAO, probably with Katie's blessing, right? So Darcy is basically quietly surrounding Katie, but helping her advance her.
Poor Katie.
Yeah. But there's an AT on this board. There's something that actually sort of looks like an alliance, I guess. I think the Piedmont bounce is really funny. If that is not planned, which I assume it's not, Patrick just dodged a big one there.
Oh, well, Venice supported Marseille in, so.
Oh, Venice supported Marseille. Okay, so that was Patrick asked Darcy.
Oh yeah.
No, it's brilliant for Patrick. Actually,
it's a great play by Patrick to get Darcy to do that.
It's even better for neither of them to get in, right? Like,
of course, because then you're not negotiating your way through a fall where you could still have them working together.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think Marcy's position, I think, has a lot of potential. Darcy his position has a lot of potential as well. And so the Holland, so English armies have been dying.
Well, and I just want to point out that this is one of the things, like the lack of an English army on the mainland for Katie, I think is going to be her downfall. Like,
you mean in England?
We can say
not having an army.
Not having an army on the English mainland.
Yeah. The island.
Like Army Liverpool, Army.
Yeah. No,
whatever.
I think it's going to make it a lot harder if and when Darcy pulls the trigger. It's going to make it a lot harder to defend herself.
Because Darcy might want to be her friend for now and might want to help her for now, but at some point that just becomes too tempting, especially with the disband in Holland.
Yeah.
I'm with you guys, but I feel like the Russian and German fleets might actually be more responsible for Katie's downfall.
I mean, I think everything's going to be responsible for Katie's downfall, and I love you, Katie. I don't mean that as a critique, but
Katie, hey, I'm going to put this marker down. And right here, Katie can still win this game.
Agreed. Yep. I agree.
If anyone can, it's gonna be Katie.
Yeah.
So, Adam, take us through the fall.
Okay, so they are continuing to cooperate, but guess who's not cooperating anymore is Brandon Austin and Peter McNamara, because Skagerrak is now in Denmark. In fact, Brandon Austin's vibes are telling him to attack two of his neighbors. He's in Budapest as well as Galicia, as well as the Black Sea. This is just like an incredibly aggressive play by Brandon right here. But he's going to build two for it. He's going to be in a pretty good position, having made well, some enemies and potentially some new allies, right? But maybe Katie is now somewhat on side, or there's a way to get Katie on side at this point. I don't know. Elsewhere, Austria and Italy continue to battle. Oh, interesting. Andrew Goff in Turkey now makes an attack on Greece. I'm wondering why he did not.
Serbia.
No. Why didn't he get Patrick to help him there?
No. I want to say it's arranged, but it doesn't make sense for it to be.
No, but I mean, the way Patrick and Clare are fighting,
yeah,
there's a reasonable chance Patrick will support that, right?
I want to say it's arranged between Andrew and Clare. Oh, I see. Yeah, so they were actually trying to.
Got it.
Yeah, but
trying to give Goffy a fleet. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, but she would have needed to disband one. Like they
well, she could have retreated to Albania. Oh, because Patrick bounced Albania. That's right. I think she was probably anticipating getting into Albania and then disbanding an army.
And then she says in a further comment, Brandan did stab.
Well, something had to happen in this game at some point.
Yeah,
right?
And here it is. Yeah,
that's what we were saying a couple seasons ago, right? Like. The East can be silly and fun as long as it wants, but eventually something has to change.
It's very early, right, for a move, I should say. But if the rest of the board isn't taking any action, then it doesn't matter. The thing that may happen now, though, is that they may have a reason to take more action.
Against Brandan, you're saying, because he's just kind of taking the hot seat here. What does Brandan build? He builds.
Well, so I'm not going to show the builds, but I'm going to pull both of you. So Adam, you started first. What would you build if you were Brandan?
I just stabbed Germany. I'd probably build Army Warsaw, Army Moscow. I don't want to build another Northern Fleet because I'm going to freak out Katie, and I want Katie to work with me. So probably 2 armies.
All right. Not currently playing the game, Brandan. What would you build?
It depends to an extent on my relationship with Andrew Goff. If I think Andrew Goff is going to work with me, if I don't think he's going to work with me, I probably build 2 armies in the south, try to consolidate my position, maybe even try to take one off of Andrew. But the goal here would be to dominate the east, the south.
Yeah.
So there's at least 1 army in the south here, either in Warsaw or Sevastopol. The question is whether I put a second army in the south or whether I try to hold on to stuff in the north or even try to get something out of the center of the board. I think part of the play here is a bet that the West will not be able to get their stuff together in order to really come after me, especially with Darcy in position to take the English centers. So he's splitting the difference here.
Yeah.
I agree, by the way, not putting another fleet down in the north.
I don't think a fleet on either side was warranted.
Yeah, he built the 2 armies that were the different 2 that were the ones I suggested. But okay, cool.
I mean,
is it? I mean, the Denmark thing may have been agreed upon, or maybe he sees the position as in I don't really need to pressure Peter any further, so this is okay. And I think that's probably the situation.
Yeah, Peter's reaction is interesting here.
Yeah, he's not too. I mean, he goes Helgoland to Denmark, but it's not.
Yeah, we're back to Brandan for primary, but
yeah. So Brandon's bet as far as the West being too messy to coordinate is holding. It's a good one so far. They clearly did not get on the same page here. England and France are staying together and still trying to fight Germany, but Darcy Morris is keeping that fleet in North Atlantic poised over the homeland. In the South, we have Andrew. The only thing that really happens here is Andrew Goff gets an army into Armenia. So clearly there's fighting going on between Brandan and Andrew. Patrick convoys into Albania. This is actually quite significant because it suggests that Patrick may actually be a potential ally for Brandan here. Patrick wants to get
love a convoy.
Yeah, Patrick wants to get something out of Austria here, which will help, which will be good for Brandan. The strange thing here is that Brandan doesn't have any clear ally apart from potentially Patrick. So interesting move of Brandan, chill vibe guy, to attack two people with and leave himself friendless.
Well, Katie might be his friend. Katie's attacking, not making any play on Norway, putting pressure on Peter to make sure that, Brandan doesn't have to worry about him. So
potential, but so far they're not actually doing anything together.
Not coordinating yet.
Yep.
All right, so let's see what we got.
But quite the contrary, now Katie is supporting Peter back into Denmark. So this is going to hurt for Brandan. But Brandan does make up stuff with Goffi. He needs a friend, and so he decides that friend is going to be Andrew Goff in Turkey, supports Bulgaria to Serbia, gets that unit out of Armenia, and off we go. Patrick also builds here by getting Trieste. So Patrick is now, looking viable, but likely to be facing an RT, which is not going to be great for him. I'm also don't think that Patrick at this stage is very happy about Marseille to Piedmont.
Probably not. Darcy's been stuck in neutral now for a couple years. So Darcy actually really needs to think about making a move here. And I don't think Marseille to Piedmont is the move you want.
I think the problem is I'm guessing that Darcy has no way to untangle himself from Peter. So the move that you'd like to make, which is to take Liverpool and convoy to Wales, he just can't do that.
I mean, I suppose Piedmont could be going to Tyrolia here. I mean, why couldn't Darcy do that? Now that we're talking about it,
only if he wants to lose Belgium to Peter.
Yeah, but if he had done it this turn.
If he knows he's not getting attacked in Belgium, sure, right? But yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're gonna move on. I'm trying to solve some audio issues on my side, so let's get through the winter. Any surprises from either of you?
Fleet Khan's interesting. I guess he didn't have much choice.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that makes sense, right? Because the army's in Smyrna. I think the Army Venice is also interesting now that he's fighting Turkey. Does he need another fleet? But
is he fighting Turkey or the question of whether it's RT or IR?
Well, it was RT last turn. I guess the question is, does that continue, or can he convince Goffi that he has a better play?
Yeah. Well done to Brandan and Andrew for figuring out something that moves them both forward.
Mm-hmm. And also, I think he's probably Clare might be most angry with. Well, I don't know. It's hard to say who Clare is angry at.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what happens next.
Yeah, it's Patrick that Clare's angry at based on these moves.
Brandan gets the convoy wrong across the Black Sea.
Yeah. And that's particularly notable because Smyrna is now gone, which means that's completely holdable and can cause all kinds of other problems. I think that's really the story of this turn. Brandan is in Ankara, clearly not an RT. Brandan is in Vienna. Very powerful turn for Brandan.
So Brandan didn't get into Ankara. He screwed up. He wrote a support instead of a convoy.
No way.
Yeah, which to be honest, could have been deliberate. I would not put it past Brandan and Andrew to connive that.
No way.
I mean, it looks different on the Backstabber interface too. Like the convoy and support orders do not look anything alike. So
yeah, that feels more deliberate to me than like in face to face. A C can look like an S or whatever, but
Far out. Okay, all right.
We've all done that.
RT it is.
Whether deliberately or accidentally, we've all done it.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
But I will say,
Well, now he takes Ankara with the army.
and Sebastopol as well, or Serbia.
Oh,
but Serbia was Italian. Serbia was Italian, but yeah. So he's up a crisp plus. He's a crisp +3 right now, isn't he?
Brandon, I see you.
Yeah, let's be clear about Serbia. Serbia was Turkish and occupied by an Italian unit, and a Turkish unit in Bulgaria went to Serbia, presumably expecting support from his erstwhile ally, the Russian.
Yeah.
Didn't get it. It succeeded because Ionian taps Greece. So we potentially have a situation here where Italy and Russia are actually coordinating and helping each other. Vienna goes to Venice here rather than Trieste, which, feels like a BS misorder. Yeah, so Brandan Austin's picking up 3 here. I think you'd rather have an army in Ankara here, rather see the convoy from Sebastopol in there, but it's
let's not forget to talk about Darcy, who is now in Munich and Ruhr.
Yeah, so Darcy gets support from Clare, from the Dying Embers of Clare to Munich, also supports himself into Ruhr, and for his troubles gets a retreating German into Burgundy.
And I would imagine Peter is going to keep the unit in Burgundy, so.
100%. Yeah. Darcy only gets one build here, right? So, presumably Army Marseille and cover Picardy, but there's a lot of annoying things that Peter can do from here.
Yeah, Mikalis in the comments says, ignore the retreat to Burgundy. It's not a problem. Trust.
Yeah, but the headline here is, +3.
+3.
It takes him 11.
And who's going to do anything about it?
Well, no one. Here's the thing, right? Hardly anyone's been doing anything this game except for Brandan Austin. He's made 2 power moves now, and the rest of the board has not responded. So it's like, yeah.
So what I hear on the other side of the northern part of this board is Katie Gray screaming at everyone. Not screaming because she's not a loud player, but she is frustrated at what is happening right now.
Yeah.
For Brandan.
I mean, yeah. She's had 2 people around her, I think, who have definitely played inefficiently. I mean, yeah, just lots of units not really doing a whole lot. Except for the pink ones.
Like I said, Katie, not outwardly. But
is there any reason that Brandan doesn't just drop 3 armies right here? Does he hold one back to save for a fleet later, or just drop 3 armies, right?
No.
Yeah.
Go win the south.
It's got to happen. I'm going to leave that Mikalis comment up for a hot minute.
Yep, 3 armies. Go win the south.
I feel like this is really going to be. I mean, Darcy is not going to accept a draw here, but like this is really going to be hard for anybody to stop Brandan.
Yeah, if Brandan had an army in Ankara here, we'll see. Peter's not even.
Brandon, we're back to you for lead. So
okay, Andrew's not even trying to.
Andrew, yeah, this
game is over. Presumably, unless there's a big surprise of some sort. But so what does happen? Brandan walks into Constantinople, gets the army down to Armenia, walks into Bulgaria, supports Andrew into Albania. So Andrew just helping end this game basically. The north is getting fortified. And they should be able to break it open given an unlimited amount of time, but that is not what they have. That's about it.
Yeah, that's about it.
Tipsy doodle.
Oh,
yeah,
and then
I think
They-
that once they saw that Andrew Goff was going to basically give this game to Brandan, I think there was no reason for the rest of the board to keep playing. I think Darcy is the only one who might be looking at this and saying, "Can I do anything?" But I think the reality, the reality has hit the road here.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, Brandan. So here's the only caveat for why Brandan maybe should not have taken this draw, which is that a solo in a last chance game gets you a higher seed than a regular board top in the first chance game. So Brandan, not that Brandan would care about this, but there was an incentive to keep this game going if he wanted to, and that would have been to get the number 1 seed on the top board. As it is, he will go in, I believe, as the number 5 seed. He'll be the highest seed of the three second chance players between.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can get.
Yeah, so Brandan is number 11, seed 11. Mikalis is 16, and Max Wanji Robanks is number 19. So those are the 5, 6, and 7 seeds on the top board.
Mm-hmm.
But let's take a moment to congratulate Brandan for winning. I think I can call this with some confidence the weirdest semifinal game in DBNI history. Certainly since we went to the winner-take-all format.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to understand if the early part of the game. I mean, it in many ways didn't seem like cagey play so much as just most of the board waiting for the game to come to them, and people can do that for some period of time, but once Brandan made that power move, the board needed to respond, and they did not.
Yep. Either power. He made 2 power moves, right?
Well, especially, but even after the first one, once they didn't respond after the first one, it put him in a position to be able to make the second one, right? Which in principle should not have happened on this type of board.
Yeah, there was like a little bit of a response, and then it just got unwound. Credit to Brandan Austin for diffusing whatever momentum the rest of a Grand Alliance was gaining. That probably has to be viewed as like one of the major keys to his victory.
No, it was fantastic. And I want to say that if I remember correctly, all around, like, congratulations to the 3 last chance winners, which were Max, Brandan Austin, and Mikalis, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. It's too bad we don't have a graphic with the 3 or with all 7 of the top.
Yeah, we do not. Unfortunately, I'll go back to this bracket real quick and just say that out of this board, Max came out. Game 1, Mikalis from game 5, game 6, Mikalis. And then Brandan from game 7. Like, this was not easily won in any account. Like, we may have made fun. The Aussies, they do their own thing, but it works for them. And that's why they've been dominating a lot of diplomacy circuits recently. So
the game is just strange. I mean, I think the dynamic was probably affected by Peter and Andrew's sort of reputations and styles of play. It does feel like they had outsized influence on how things proceeded, but not in a way that benefited either of them. Just in a way that caused a bit of paralysis, I think, from some of the other players. Peter did a little bit of nefariousness in the north, and it didn't work. Darcy ended up putting himself in a position merely to stop Peter's advance without doing a whole lot to benefit himself. And maybe that was from a fear of either making a move on Katie that might benefit Peter, or really finding a way into Peter. Brandan, and in the South, I think Andrew and Clare certainly found some sort of weird, like, acceptance of each other as people in a position to not do anything. And I think a player like Andrew, who does play these sorts of funny mind games sometimes, I think it caused a situation where, like, Clare was okay doing nothing. Patrick, I think, was probably frustrated by all of it and didn't have a lot of other options. And I'll just finish by saying that with these two dynamics of stagnation in these two different parts of the board, there was Brandan Austin sort of floating between the two of them and just doing a little bit in each one to keep it stagnated, like taking a dot off of Peter or pushing Katie out or going to North or helping someone else in the North, and taking Scandinavia in the meantime. And then he was in position to make a power move and he did it. And no one else was in position to actually hold him back. So this game was definitely won by Brandan Austin.
100%. Yeah.
It just wasn't. It just wasn't. Can't even say that it was lost by the others because they didn't really do enough to even say that.
I have very little to add to that.
Well, I think we saw 3 very interesting games tonight, all very different in their own accords. Before we get our final thoughts and whatnot, I do have the graphic with the 4 who qualified from the first chance games. So Wes, Robert, Gnome, and Nicolas Taillet. And we have added Max, Mikalis, and Brandan Austin to the roster for next weekend. Is there anything exciting that either of you are looking up to in those 7? Adam, we'll start with you.
Well, I love that it's a truly international top board, right? And this is representing an international tournament, right? So we've got players from Europe, from Australia, from US there, and it's a fun mix of people who have had lots of success in the past and people who have. Who are, I don't know. I mean, do we call somebody like Robert Hillier and Brandan Austin up and coming because they've all won stuff too? Wes as well, but maybe folks we haven't seen on, DBNI top boards before or in all of these super high stakes games. But these folks all earned their place here. It's going to be really, really fascinating to see how the dynamic plays out.
Yeah, I think it's a funny mix of players. You do have, I think, 2 sort of genuine heavyweights in Gnome and Mikalis. Mikalis going for 2 in a row is a fascinating storyline. I think he may have to deal with being a target for that reason. Gnome, being the current WDC holder, I think that also qualifies him as a heavyweight. But he's not a player that I think scares people, right? So I think he might be able to avoid the target situation, which maybe he should be a player that scares people and deserves the target. And we have other players who have also played in the Super 7 before, like Nicolas Taillet and Max Wanji Banks, and so they've been on this stage before, and so they'll have some idea of what to expect. Wes Wes is a local Chicago player. He's a nuclear physicist and a really resilient player. It'd be fascinating to see what he does.
Oh, so you're saying he's not very smart or something?
No, not at all.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Definitely not the type of player to come back from a 2-center death sentence to top a board. He's definitely not that kind of guy.
Wes's biggest problem here is that he's coming in as the number 3 seed on this board. And he'll have to figure out that, despite being the number 20 seed overall. And Brandan Austin, you just can't count him out at all.
I honestly feel like any of the players who are on this board, you can't really count them out. Like, some of them are known, but less well known for different things, and like you hear about them here or this or that. Like Gnome, like he was big in our local hobby for a long time, and then he won Worlds last year, and so his name sort of skyrocketed. And yes, he did the work with like doing AI stuff for diplomacy and whatnot, but on his own as a player, he's brilliant. And not to just rep Bay Area people, but we just had a Bay Area girl win, gold medal at the Olympics in figure skating. So shout out to Liz Leo. No, any one of them could win this, honestly.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter where they wind up on the board or who they're next to. It's just a matter of how it shakes out that day, which is, to me, diplomacy.
Yeah. Hear, hear.
Yeah. All right. So before we sign off for the night, any closing thoughts? I'll start with you, Adam.
I enjoyed these games. I mean, I made a little bit of fun early on in the third game, but the reality of these winner take all type games, every single one of these games is basically a top board game for all intents and purposes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the reality of those types of games is that you are very often trying to avoid making a mistake. And sometimes you're trying to avoid making a mistake so much that you get paralyzed and you wait for somebody else to make, and you're just waiting for somebody else to make a mistake, right? But that's ultimately not what happened in this game, right? That's often somebody making a mistake, moving too early, right? That's what breaks open the game. But what actually broke open this game was Brandan making the good move rather than somebody making a bad move, right? So that was fascinating, in some of the earlier games we had this German slog that Mikalis pulled off, right, with a long-term EG alliance, but just kind of spread out and put his tendrils across the entire board, right? Something else we don't see that often, right? And then in our first game, Max, just the patient turkey. It's a classic game, right? That was not an unusual game because we see these kinds of turkeys play, but Max just did it perfectly, right? So there's a lot of reason to be excited about this final game. We have some really strong players. It was super fun to see these games. I feel so grateful to the players and the community for letting me do this. It's just such a pleasure.
And Brandan?
I think the sense that I've gotten from this year's semifinals is that a lot of unexpected things happened. I think people have come to believe certain things about the top board format, and you see it in the power selection that England and France and Russia and Italy are almost always the first four taken, and Austria, Germany, and Turkey are afterthoughts, things that people don't want. And it's a lack of imagination. It's a fear of getting taken out early. And, what we have seen this year's tournament is the fallacy of that thinking and the danger of thinking too conservatively when it comes to these high stakes games. We've had 3 Germanys win. We had a Turkey. I'm not offhand remembering the other 3. I think
no one was England, I believe, or was he France? He was one of the far western powers. I don't remember which. But yeah, you're right. Seeing so many Germany's wins, I think, plays against the way people are approaching the game right now.
And what I wonder is if people get a little bit too absorbed with the meta, the current culture. So we had 2 Russias and an England, 3 Germanys, and a Turkey. So actually only 2 out of the East. So the West was the bigger one this time, but that's really because of 3 Germans. We had 2 Turks. All right, there we go. Okay, so not 2 Russias, 1 Russia.
Well, and not to jump in here too quick is at a couple of World DipCons, there's a player who wound up in either top board or top rounds who I happened to run into at breakfast each morning before they were going into it. And they were like, oh, it's like tradition. You're going to hype me up and you're going to do it. And I did it every time for them. And I'm like, and they're like, how do I choose and pair a selection? I'm like, sweetie, you got to choose what's best for you. Honestly. Like, I don't know what countries you're good at playing. I didn't know their history that well. Like, you figure it out. You're at this point, like, maybe you want to choose ahead of someone is the best advice I can give. And then the next time I saw them, there's like, well, I don't have a choice in this top board, whatever situation. What's your advice? And I'm like, just play the best game you've got. That's all you have. honestly.
Yeah,
Like they were looking for like some Hail Mary from me, and I'm like, I don't have it.
Yeah, like you could tell them, the optimal strategy for, any top board, as if the people on it don't matter.
Yeah.
And you can see here in this game, right, like, this was highly irregular. And so what Brandan did well wasn't his power selection. It was observing the dynamics and figuring out how to use them to his advantage. And that's the most important thing in diplomacy, from the strategic perspective.
Yeah. No. This was a highly enjoyable last chance round, and major kudos to everyone who's going on to the finals, which I can't wait to watch next week.
Yeah.
So before we say our goodbyes, any final thoughts, Adam?
I think all that needs to be said has been said. We'll see you all next week, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, look for the broadcast out there. We're targeting Saturday evening North American time, which would be Sunday morning Australian time, unfortunately late at night European time. But that is subject to change. We have not finalized it yet, but we'll hopefully get that done in the next couple of days, and hopefully get some profiles of the Super 7 out there. Congratulations to this year's Super 7.
The Super 7. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be great. Brandon Austin, how does the Paris method work? You take yourself right out of this chat. Well, on that note, I want to thank everyone who's been here with us. If you've been watching along, like, subscribe, do all of that. It helps us reach more people who like diplomacy, who want to watch this kind of content. And I know that you like watching us, but just hit that little thumbs up button. That's all I'm saying. And until next time, stay safe and stab well.